You don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey there, cats and kittens. It's Brian from The Commercial Break, the mediocre comedy podcast where my best friend Chrissy and I attempt to make sense of the world. We talk about the absurd, the ridiculous, and the stuff no one asked for, like internet weirdos, pickup artists, and why everyone is obsessed with crystals and colonics. It's all got to stop. The show is free, it's frequent, and it's probably not for everyone. You can go to tcbpodcast.com, subscribe at youtube.com/The Commercial Break, or check out the show wherever you listen to podcasts. We'll see you on the next commercial break, and best to you.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So we're going to do the following. The European Union is going to agree to purchase from the United States $750 billion worth of energy. $750 billion worth of energy. They are going to agree to invest into the United States $600 billion more than they're investing already. So they're investing a large amount of money. You know what that amount of money is. It's very substantial, but they're going to invest an additional $600 billion. They're agreeing to open up their countries to trade at zero tariff. So that's a very big factor. Opening up their countries, all of the countries will be opened up to trade with the United States at zero tariff. And they're agreeing to purchase a vast amount of military equipment. We don't know what that number is, but it's the good news is we make the best military equipment in the world, so sort of you have to do that. I mean, until somebody tops us, which is not going to happen. We're way ahead of every other country.
So this is Donald J. Trump. It's last night, if you haven't heard, an historic deal announced by President Donald J. Trump, seated alongside European Commission President, this is Ursula von der Leyen, and announcing they've reached a trade deal with the European Union. The headliner here, the deal imposes a 15% tariff on most European goods to the U.S. That includes cars. But you heard Trump talk about this as it's a multi-trillion-dollar deal with the money flowing into our economy. I know at one moment there was a reporter question to the European Commission president.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for the EU Commission president. What are the U.S. concessions? What is the U.S. giving up in the deal, if anything?
So the starting point was an imbalance, a surplus on our side and a deficit on the U.S. side. And we wanted to rebalance the trade relation. And we wanted to do it in a way that trade goes on between the two of us across the Atlantic, because the two biggest economies should have a good trade flow between us. And I think we hit exactly the point we wanted to find. Rebalance, but enable trade on both sides, which means good jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, means prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic, and that was important for us.
So you heard the question, and what she's saying is that it's a balance. In other words, they used to, and this is what Trump had always been saying about the USA, that we were getting played. Why were we paying more? And why should this not be a fair, balanced deal? So obviously this morning, President Trump riding high after that announcement that hit last night. And we'll get into it moving forward. I'm sticking with the economic impact here as far as the UK, there were some kind of reports that in fact Trump would, and this is with Britain because the UK is a separate deal, as I've reported to you, than this one with the EU 27 countries. And so there was some rule that they would change the 50% steel and aluminum duties that had to do with Britain. Trump really poo-pooed that. So I just want to headline that for you. But what are they doing there? Well, the meeting is at President Trump's luxury golf resort in Turnberry. This is Scotland, on the west coast of beautiful Scotland, before they will travel later this evening to a second sprawling estate owned by the Trump family in the east near Aberdeen, where they're due to arrive this evening. So just wanted to set the stage for you. A lot of triumph, taking the victory lap. And yes, we'll get into what they talked about with the hopes and prayers for Mideast peace, with Russia and Ukraine, what they're saying about that. We'll get into all of those other headlines because they were answering an array of questions. But we do have Dr. Michael Busler to break down what this means, because there's controversy if you look at social media. So depending on where people, where they lie, if you will, on the political side, you see many people who are for Trump taking a victory lap, celebrating this as good for the economy, which, you look at the Dow, it's been up. But on the other side, many saying, but now we have this imposition of 15% tariffs. This is very bad for America, and this is going to spell doom and gloom. What does it all mean? We turn to our professor, Dr. Michael Busler, who's in the house to break it all down for us. And we always get into the Fed and the impact on interest rates. Good morning, Michael. Good morning, Dr. Busler. How are you?
Good morning, Dawn. I'm very well. Thanks for having me. As you know, it's always my pleasure to be here.
Well, thank you. We love when you can break it down for us, because depending on where you get your news, and that's really, unfortunately, in our society today, if there are left-leaning news agencies, they may say this is a bad deal for America with 15% tariffs with the EU. On the other hand, they're saying, oh, no, this is great. And so it just depends on, I think, who you listen to, because unfortunately the media has become so split and partisan. As a professor of all things economic and finance, where do you see this falling? The good, the bad, the beautiful, or the ugly? How do you see it?
So I'm on the good side. I think this is excellent. What it primarily does is it opens up European markets to U.S. manufacturers. For years, maybe decades, the European Union has placed high tariffs, quotas, and extra regulations on U.S. companies trying to sell in Europe. All of those are virtually gone. That will create a lot of opportunities, especially in the agricultural industry. The U.S. is very efficient at producing food, and we should be able to sell it to countries that really need it. But most of those countries want to protect their farmers, so they place these high tariffs and we can't sell our food there. So agricultural markets will be opened up. That's a good thing for us. Now, people on the negative side say, wait a minute, you put a 15% tariff, what about all these cars I buy from Europe, Mercedes and BMW? Are they all going to be 15% more? And the answer is no. Why? Mercedes are assembled in the South, I think in Georgia or Alabama. BMWs are assembled in South Carolina. So a lot of the manufacturing is already over here. Now, what will have some impact from the tariffs, a lot of the components, the engines and transmissions and things, are still made in Europe and shipped over here. So there will be some impact. How much of it is passed on to consumers, we'll have to wait and see. So far, most of these tariffs that we've seen have virtually had very minimal impact on inflation. And I expect this deal to have very minimal impact on inflation. They also exempted some products. Boeing can sell their airplanes in Europe without any tariff at all. Airbus can sell their planes in the U.S. with no tariffs at all. Now, 15% on those big numbers would have been a lot of money. So they exempted that. They exempted some generic drugs that are made in Europe that come over here, so there won't be any impact on that. I think overall this is very good. The trade imbalance with Europe, the imbalance is larger from China, but the size of the deals, we buy about $600 billion based on last year's numbers. We buy about $600 billion worth of goods from Europe. They buy about $375 billion from us. So we have a large negative trade imbalance. This will correct that. We'll still buy probably about the same amount from Europe, but they're going to start buying a couple $100 billion eventually per year more from us, and it will tend to eliminate that trade imbalance. This is a very good deal and very difficult to negotiate because there are 27 countries in the European Union, and each of them have their own little quirks. Everything's not finalized yet. Some of these little quirks have to be worked out, but this is a great first step on top of the great first step in the deal we had with Japan. We're moving things forward very positively.
So you mentioned Japan. I know before this weekend, the deals, if you're keeping score at home, Japan, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, UK, those deals were done. Canada, that deadline looming. We don't have that deal done yet. Now, apparently in Stockholm, they're meeting starting this evening. There's a renewed negotiation with China. So what is this weekend's announcement, Dr. Michael Busler? What does that mean for putting possible pressure on the China deal and then moving forward talking about Canada?
So both Canada and China, and especially China, can't afford to have extremely high tariffs on their products. Their economy is already very shaky. They had a large real estate industry built primarily on debt, and it's essentially collapsing. So they need, if their sales to the U.S. get cut significantly, their economy will go into a severe recession. So they can't afford to have high tariffs placed on their products. They're going to have to come up with a deal before the end of the week. Now, they did have a partial deal, but all the details weren't worked out. Yeah. They're going to have to work out all those details by the end of the week, or they're going to have some big problems. Either way, the impact on the U.S., again, I think will be fairly negligible considering inflation, but on China and Canada too. 5% of their GDP gets sold in the U.S. If for some reason you end up with high tariffs and we don't buy that much from them, that could plunge them into a recession also. So I think these deals put pressure on both China, Canada, Mexico to some extent to try to come up with these deals. Otherwise, Trump's going to put these high tariffs in effect on August 1st. And this time, I don't think there's any delay. I think these are going to go on unless a deal is made. So there's a lot of pressure on them to make the deals for their own well-being.
And to my understanding, the fact that Europe will now commit to buying energy from us, parts of Europe obviously have been buying it from Russia. So right. I imagine that this helps also promote the peace between Russia and Ukraine, because, people are still buying the Russian energy. If they're buying less, tell me if I'm wrong here, but that was one of my takes from it.
No, you're absolutely right. The Russian economy itself is teetering a little bit. Oil prices have softened. That's good for us. I'm starting to notice some gasoline prices under $3 a gallon now. And as energy prices soften, Russia needs that revenue from oil to keep their economy going and to fight this war. So their economy is shaky. Once the European Union starts buying less oil from Russia, that'll make their economy even worse. So from a political standpoint, the deal with the European Union is excellent. It strengthens ties economically, stabilizes trade, and that's a good thing. The one thing in business that always causes problems is uncertainty. If you knew what was going to happen, good or bad, you can deal with it. But not knowing what's going to happen, everybody gets reluctant. Businesses get reluctant to make any investments because they don't know what's going to happen. So now that we have this finalized, it will stabilize both the European economy and the U.S. economy. This is a very good thing for the U.S. and for Europe.
What's interesting, I always, look from the media perspective and looking at so many networks and media entities here in the United States of America, the so-called, legacy media, whatever you want to call them, the networks, other than those who identify more with right-leaning. So I had to look to overseas. So what I noticed, Dr. Michael Busler, is overseas, the BBC, international media, what they're calling this is the largest trade deal in history, an historic deal, an historic, you see these words that I would, glean from that's positive, right? That they've reached this major deal. I don't see that language on the other, CBS, ABC, NBC to that extent. And so as I look at that, I think to myself, all right, they're looking through it, which is good. The media's job. You always want the media to shine a light on things, what could possibly go wrong, and evaluate. That's okay. But in essence, in your opinion, is this something that is historic in a good way? Or what do you see here that is the negative, the dark side of this?
So historic is an excellent word for this deal. Just the sheer size of it. As I said, the trade between the European and the U.S. is approaching $1 trillion a year. And now everything is stabilized in such a way that both countries will end up doing better. The reality is the European Union has been taking advantage, as almost every other country in the world has, been taking advantage of the U.S. literally for decades. And Trump finally said, listen, this has got to stop. Everybody got all excited. This is what are they going to do? This is going to hurt everything. And then they finally realized, Trump is right. We've been taking advantage of the U.S. The U.S. has just been nice to us, I guess, for all these years. And now the U.S. is saying, let's put this on a level playing field. And what this does now, it levels the playing field. Never in in modern history, we have never had a level playing field when it comes to international trade with most countries. Trump is ending that. That's historic, and it's very beneficial for everybody in the world. So any of the negative criticism, I would just have to say, I don't think that these networks are looking at these deals objectively. I know a lot of them don't like Trump, and anything he does, they're probably not going to like. He could find a cure for cancer, and somehow they would find something wrong with that, too. But I think if you look at this objectively and look at what our goals were to have fair trade, to open up these markets, to try to eliminate the trade deficit, if you look at those objectives, Trump has reached those objectives. And the other side is not upset with us. They end up shaking hands and they agree with us that this is a good thing. I think that's a real plus for Trump's negotiating powers. I think he's done remarkable jobs in areas where it is extremely difficult. And the beauty is he's done this in a relatively short time. And how did he do that? As all business people would do in negotiations, if the adversary doesn't want to negotiate, you create a sense of urgency. And he created that sense of urgency. He's only been in office 6 months, and these are literally historic deals being signed, will benefit the U.S. well into the future.
And when you look at the word inflation, because inflation matters, obviously, in our country, and you think about the interest rates, which leads me to one of the things we just talk way too much about, unfortunately, is the Fed and Jerome Powell. And so, do you expect that this news this week will incentivize the Fed to finally say, okay, now that there's stability with the tariffs, we can go ahead with, and I think they planned on lowering rates at least a couple times, but do you see this expediting that?
I certainly hope so. Too late, Powell has been way too late on this again. And a number of times on the show, I've said I think Jerome Powell is one of the worst Fed chairs we've ever had. He's made mistakes since the first time he's come into office. Trump, I don't know whether he tried to intimidate him, but he talked with Powell directly. Presidents typically don't do that, and he tried to convince Powell that now is the time. There are at least one or two governors on the Federal Open Market Committee that decides all this that have expressed interest in reducing interest rates. Now, they meet, I think, tomorrow and Wednesday. If they were smart, they would start to reduce interest rates. They're way too high. I have a feeling they won't do that. We're going to have to wait till September. But as I mentioned before, rates are too high. When the federal funds rate is in the 3.25%, 3.5% range, that's neutral. You're not trying to stimulate. You're not trying to slow down. The federal funds rate is a full percentage point above that. It means you're trying to restrict economic growth. And we shouldn't be doing that. You only do that if you have a fear inflation is really flaring up. But for the last year, inflation has been under 3%. For a while there, it was down to 2.1. I think it's going to continue to go down. I think President Trump will bring energy prices down further, and I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the year we saw an inflation rate under 2%. So the sooner the Federal Reserve starts to stimulate the economy, so there's a lot of people can't afford mortgages and can't afford to buy a house, and there's no reason for that. So the sooner the Federal Reserve acts, the better. I hope they act in the next day or two at their meeting. I don't think they will. They'll probably wait till September, but now is the time to cut interest rates.
Dr. Michael Busler, Stockton University, author, and we see you obviously on the networks. I'm sure you're having a busy day. Thank you so much for carving out some time for us, Dr. Busler. Really appreciate your insights.
Thank you, Dawn. Always my pleasure.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, so the Fed, the Federal Reserve, their next meeting, as Dr. Busler correctly said, is tomorrow and Wednesday, July 29th and 30th. So if they don't move interest rates even by 0.5%, let's say, then the next time they meet is mid-September, September 16th and the 17th. And then the next meeting is late October and then early December, December 9th and 10th. So those are the dates as I check the calendar. And so wouldn't that be sweet if we got something in, even a 0.5 percentage point this week, which I think would help with consumer confidence and spurring the economy. Your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Where in the world is Rich Zeoli? We'll be checking in with Zeoli. Where is he appearing? I know he's going to be calling in next hour. So much breaking. We'll get to all of it locally. Oh my goodness. Regionally, nationally, Trump. We got it all. Plus Gwyneth Paltrow. What a play. She's the new PR woman. This is a brilliant move. This is the most brilliant hire I've seen in a long time. Thanks for being here at Dawn Stensland on X. Be right back.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Summer brings the heat, but will your water heater? Bradford White knows no one wants to be out of hot water, no matter what the temperature is outside. Whether it's a vacation home or your everyday home, you need reliable hot water. You need a Bradford White. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best, with both the efficiency and performance you deserve. Ask your plumbing professional to make it hot with a Bradford White water heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find a pro near you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So one of the breaking news stories, it's making huge news here in Philadelphia, but also across the country, because I don't see the implication of our Philadelphia Eagles. We were in the Super Bowl with Kansas City. So hopefully none of our players are involved with this, because after all, we were in the Super Bowl. Why would you ever sell your tickets? But for the rest of the teams, there are about 100 players. That's what's being reported this morning in the NFL who face getting in big trouble. I don't know what that means. I think it means financial fines. But if you think about Super Bowl tickets and how much they would sell for in a hot Super Bowl contest, such as between, the Philadelphia Eagles, obviously Kansas City Chiefs, these things were selling for thousands and thousands of dollars. And so the allegation here is that professional football players in the NFL players, because in the NFL, you get, in other words, you're in the NFL, so you're privy to get some tickets. Well, instead of going, they are accused of selling the tickets. So I don't see it yet. Nick and Greg, I just mentioned at the end of, do you see names being named.
No, I don't see the names being named, but I do have the punishment, and that's a big string of controversy in the NFL community over the weekend because players, Dawn, are going to be fined, and this is their punishment. They'll be fined 1.5 times the face value of the ticket. So essentially, they'll still be able to make profit off of it because they'll have to pay back essentially 1.5 times the value of the face value of the ticket. The thing is, in the small print, players have to pay back 1.5 times. While employees who did the same things, those that aren't on the field, have to pay back 2 times the face value. So a lot of people in the NFL community are like, why are the NFL players kind of getting
the wealthiest
off easy? Yeah, getting off easy here, while the employees who did the same exact thing are paying 2 times the amount of face value here. Either way, they're still probably making out with profit.
So, the story broke at some point on Friday, but we didn't have the details on it. And so that's just this morning we're getting the details and also the numbers that you've got or at least 100 NFL players, as well as some coaches, as well as some staffers. That's what Dan Borowski, our executive producer, is referring to. So 32 teams named. Now, some of these tickets, just looking at this, and again, it's chump change if you're a star player, right? And and you already make the big bucks. But some of these tickets were going for close to $57,000 for 2 tickets. Holy moly. Because it was the face value was up to $7,500. So on resale, this is resale sites, they were going up to $57K. I don't know that that's the thing, what we're going to find out because of the fine. We can then discern what kind of money they were raking in. But they're not giving the names, coaches, or the teams yet. Well, that's not right.
You want public shaming?
Shame. Shame. Unless they're your favorite guys, right? That's where it ends.
Then they get off with it, yeah.
But first of all, is it fair? I know. Is it fair that that the players get a little easier? They go lighter on the players. See, that's also. So if you're a player, the deal is you can't even sell it for face value. You're just not allowed to sell it. But you could give it away. You could give it to a friend or a family member.
Or surrender it back to the league so they sell it, I guess.
I don't know. See, that's
like if we play it out. If we play it out here at the station, I mean, if we were to get tickets here, right, and we're given tickets because of some kind of promotional thing, we're not allowed to sell them. We could get in some big trouble if we sold them secondhand. So I think it's something similar to that, where if they're not going to use them themselves, then they're supposed to kind of give it back to the company, and the company can kind of figure out what they want to do with it, rather than selling it for $58,000.
Yeah. So 855-839-1210. Want to put that out? What I don't really understand is just exactly the rules of this, because could you just give it to somebody? Let's say you were going to go and then you couldn't go. So then you say, well, I'm going to give it to my Uncle Bob. You know what I mean? Uncle Bob and his wife, and they're big fans of, football fans. I'm going to give it. So I think you could give it away, but you could not sell it. Is that it?
I think that's right.
So we have to get to the bottom of this. So it's a long-standing league policy, and it's part of their collective bargaining agreement. So it prohibits anybody, including players, from selling these tickets acquired from their employer for more than the ticket's face value.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are allowed to sell it for the face value because I guess it's considered a perk of the job. So if you can't go, you're allowed to sell for face value. So that's fair because it's a job perk, right? That you get the ticket. And there's the value of it.
The fine seems very, very insignificant then.
Well, for somebody who's
they
a
just
staffer,
want theirs then, right?
I think that if you're a staffer and you have amazing tickets with an amazing face value, yeah, I think it probably hurts. But it's a slap on the wrist for a high-paid coach or a high-paid player. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
So, but man, 100 people, that's a lot. And I wonder why this year, or are they just cracking down this year? Because I find it hard to believe that it just suddenly happened for the first time. I've never heard of this. at 100. Maybe it's just it was the Joe Biden economy. They were reselling the ticket. I don't know.
They're a new way to trace tickets digitally that they didn't have in the past, that they're able to kind of find the fingerprint of who sold what.
Dun, dun, dun. We have to get to the bottom of it. 855-839-1210, the number to call. So we have Rich Cioli with some, we'll get his take on a lot of what's going on. And also, how's the family, all that with Mama Cioli. And then that's coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. But there's so much breaking. We have to get to this story of what I would deem one of the best hires as far as a public relations move. Because we talked about in the past Bud Light, as far as these real, just horrible hires, right, with public relations. And so this one is a brilliant one. We'll get to that one. I think it'll make you smile and giggle a bit. But this summer, Piazza Mazda brings you more to move you. More style, more thrills, and more savings. For a limited time, you get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the award-winning Mazda CX-50, CX-50 Hybrid, CX-70, or the CX-90. That is just 1.9% financing plus available low lease offers and more. So don't put this off. Discover how Mazda has more to move you today. Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester. That's on Route 202, or Piazza Mazda, or that's of Reading on the Pottsville Pike, by the way. So Piazza Mazda of Reading is on Pottsville Pike. Online, check them out, piazzamazda.com, Piazza, a lot of Z's here, piazzamazda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Change your shore life at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Earn entries now through August to be one of 2,000 winners to play Shore Match and win up to $1 million cash and prizes, including a 2025 Lincoln Nautilus. Grand prize drawing August 30th. Change your shore life during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family owned, American made, and tariff proof, so your remodel stays on budget. Enjoy 24 months same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Over the weekends, Governor Josh Shapiro speaking at a Pride event talking about girls in sports. We'll get to that one, and we want to follow that. Will he follow up with supporting girls and women in sports? Where's he going on this? So we're following Governor Josh Shapiro, and also want to follow this story. And this is out of Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Man, is this a disturbing story about a criminal investigation, a criminal probe into, and this was kudos to 6ABC because I think this is their investigative unit, but they broke the story to my knowledge about 2 dogs dying within a week in a kennel. And this is like your worst nightmare. So I know that some of you want to comment on that as well. 855-839-1210. Let's get to your calls.
Did you want the report or do you want to go to the calls first?
I'll go to the calls. Well, I'll go to the calls first.
Awesome. Here you go.
Hey there.
Yeah, we got Agatha.
Agatha, you're live on the Dawn
hi.
Show. Hey.
Well, I think they ought to do to him what he did to that dog.
Ugh.
But
oh, you broke up a little, Agatha.
I know. I hear you. I hear 2 different things.
Oh, okay. Well, just to update, there are a couple different stories. So one story is locally, and you know what? While we work out maybe why you're glitchy for a second.
No, she just heard the background music on. It's all good.
The three, okay, I was going to air the. So there are 2 different stories that I've reported this morning. Number one, there's a story that's going on in New York City, and that's what Agatha is reacting to. New York City, actually, Curtis Sliwa is saying there should be tougher laws, criminal laws, to crack down on people who abuse dogs. This guy, horrific scene that has gone viral, where a guy in New York City, is accused of publicly murdering this dog, dragging the dog on a leash, then throwing an accelerant like gasoline on the dog, lighting it on fire, and then walking away as if horrified community stands and watches and tries to rescue this dog. So there's another one, Agatha, and that one is locally. This is under investigation, a local kennel where 2 different people, one, a honeymooning couple, dropped off their dog. Then another person dropped off their dog. 2 different incidents within a week. And their dogs died. The latest one, the dog's temperature was 108 degrees, died of heat stroke. I mean, I'm just horrified by these stories. It's kind of your worst nightmare. It's why you have to make sure that you really vet, I don't mean to make a pun, but that you vet that kennel because we hate to hear these stories.
Well, my kids went away for the week, and I have their dog. They're going to come pick her up later. But the guy in New York, I'm sorry. I just feel like they should do to him what he did to that dog.
Ugh.
It made me sick.
Yeah, and you know what really is sickening too is that why is it that we don't have tougher laws against people who abuse animals? And think if for no other reason, even if, I don't know, if people don't love animals, I think all of us can agree we love animals, but we know of all the serial killers, like you think of Dahmer, you think of all the serial killers, these violent criminals, we know that they started out with animals. And then they sort of move up, if you will, to humans. And so it can be a precursor. You can prevent violent crimes against people. But I agree with you. People who do this to dogs, cats, bunny rabbits, whatever. It's just really sickening to me.
I know, and if you've ever burned yourself, like taking something out of the oven or on a curling iron, you know how that feels. Yes. So can you imagine, like, that poor dog? I don't know. I just hope karma catches up with him.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with you. Thanks for the call. I know we're actually tomorrow. It's one more reason to adopt animals from our friends at the SPCA. We'll be shooting another version of our Piazza Pets. That's tomorrow, right at noon. I'll run down. Yeah, they're coming. So we often go there, but sometimes we'll go on location. Sometimes they bring the doggies on a field trip here to Odyssey World headquarters. So we do it on video, and it gets great reaction.
Are they coming here?
Yeah, they're coming here tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
So we'll see the little doggies and kitty cats all up for adoption, and some of them are from the North Carolina shelters, as we've talked about. So we'll give you the update. Yeah, we're all doggy and kitty cat lovers, animal lovers. These people who do this, there's something seriously wrong with them. So we'll update you on that kennel investigation locally. I hate to see that, but this is a criminal probe, police involved and that sort of thing as they investigate that one. And then so much else. So we'll take a quick break. Get your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Camping World needs to get on board with Kale & Company. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
Come on, let's go, Skopinich. I give you all these ideas. I mean, one of them has to hit, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, that's part of it. I just want an extended break away from the wife and kids.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Sonepar Management U.S. Incorporated has openings in Hamilton, New Jersey for a senior UC and collaboration engineer responsible to serve as network engineer responsible for designing network architectures, developing and implementing strategies for voice-over IP telephony installations and support. Requires a master's degree or foreign equivalent in computer science, information systems engineering, electronic engineering, or related field, plus 4 years of experience in the job offered or in a position involving unified communications. In lieu of a master's degree and 4 years of experience, the employer will accept a bachelor's degree or foreign equivalent plus 6 years of experience. Wage offered $163,197. Send resume to sarah.grooms@sonepar-us.com. Reference ID number SON-068 in email. Again, send resume to sarah.grooms@sonepar-us.com. Reference ID number SON-068 in email.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-388-6607, 800-388-6607, 800-388-6607.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So a lot of activity as President Trump is over in Scotland, 2 different meetings as it's, 5 hours ahead of us? So you think about that. So I think they started their first meet and greet ahead of the meeting, and that was 7 o'clock this morning. But there's a lot of breaking news out of that as the morning has progressed, because, of course, not only were they talking about what the EU deal means, then the UK Prime Minister, we talked about that, came in, and then there was a lot of Q&A in between with reporters asking about everything from Russia, the peace deal, and then as well the Middle East deal. They talked about Epstein, but we kind of got into that earlier, so we'll leave that for a bit. But Dan Borowski, I know you have a cut sheet here with some of the audio that we have yet to hear this morning.
Yeah, so let's start on before the meeting. We had Trump meet with Starmer, just standing out there taking questions from reporters. And this is the first kind of glimpse of what would come today when it came to new negotiation tactics with Russia. Take a listen to
I would have said 5 times we would have had a deal. I've spoken to President Putin a lot. I got along with him very well. But 5 times, and every time 4 times maybe, but we've had discussions. You and I have had discussions. Yeah. We thought we had that settled numerous times. And then President Putin goes out and starts launching rockets into some city like Kiev and kills a lot of people in a nursing home or whatever. You have bodies lying all over the street. And I say that's not the way to do it. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm very disappointed. I'm disappointed in President Putin. Very disappointed in him. So we're going to have to look, and I'm going to reduce that 50 days that I gave him to a lesser number, because I think I already know the answer what's going to happen.
So it looks like at this point he'll reduce the new deadline, and this is for Russia and Russia's President Vladimir Putin, who he is expressing disappointment with. That'll be reduced to 10 to 12 days. That's what that looks like right now. Remember that they're having meetings, the Trump administration meeting now with China officials. That's going on in Stockholm. So all of these negotiations with regard to the tariffs, that's ongoing. But as you know, we had mentioned, as I mentioned with Dr. Michael Busler, there are clearly ramifications when you think about the partnership between the tariff and financial and economic deals and how that impacts the peace accords. So Putin loses, the biggest loser on all of this, as far as these deals with the UK solidified. That one was a done deal before this weekend. But the EU, 27 countries, huge multi-trillion-dollar deal overall. And so part of that is that the EU commits to buying our energy, right? Among other things, that is not great news for Russia, because they've still been selling their oil to the world. And so now this, I think that's not a good deal for them, because there will be less of a need, supply and demand. And so they're already hurting economically with sanctions, etc. So President Trump saying he's very disappointed in Russian President Vladimir Putin. This has to do with Ukraine-Russia peace deal. And so he had given him a kind of a generous 50-day deadline, not anymore. So what does that mean? Will it be
I have that audio too, Dawn. You want that?
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, sorry. You want that?
I just want to hear the deadline, because I'm seeing 10 or I'm seeing 12 days.
Russia moved up the deadline. It's now 10 or 12 days. Is the sanction the same, that you're going to slap 100% tariff on anybody who does business with Russia?
So what I'm doing is we're going to do secondary sanctions unless we make a deal. And we might make a deal. I don't know. You don't know. It's we've done so many peace deals. This is the one I started out with. And, you know, I know President Putin called me. He wanted to know if I could help him with Iran. I said, no, I don't need your help with Iran. I need your help with Russia. And so that's the one deal that continues to linger. And, you know, we're losing 5,000. They're losing. I'm not losing. You're not losing. but 5,000 Russian and Ukrainian kids a week are dying. And that's not mentioning the people that are dying also in towns where, he's lobbing missiles into certain towns like Kiev. And he's got to make a deal. It's too many people are dying. It's a really bloody war. And the 5 is now, they're really telling me that number is obsolete. It's like 7.
That's terrible.
So you have 7,000 Russian and Ukrainian soldiers dying every single week for no reason whatsoever. So you would think, based on common sense, you would think he'd want to make a deal. We'll find out.
And so with that one, the latest that I'm seeing is that, because he said 10, 12, now it looks like the deadline will be 12 days from today. So that's what I'm seeing as I'm looking at the White House and all the releases. But we just want to keep track of everything because these are fast-moving developments. That was just announced just this morning. And then as we talk about, let's go to Dan, the latest on the Middle East, thinking about, yes, we're hopeful for peace in the Middle East, all of the hostages and or hostages' bodies to be released to their families, and as well, the issue of hunger and starvation in Gaza.
40 yards away, and they won't let them because they have lines that are set up. And whether they're set up by Hamas or whoever, but they're very strict lines, so we have to get rid of those lines. But we're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved. We did some airlifts before, some airdrops, and the people are running for it. And the Prime Minister is going to help us. They're very effective with that. You've done that before, and for many, they've done that for 100 years very well. So it's not very hard to do.
And so it's important that I want to explain something, and that is when Trump says you cannot fake that, why does he make that statement? Because we've heard over and over throughout the situation that there were things that were being staged, that in fact it was too hard to disprove or prove. And on this one, this is a stark rejection of President Trump now has broken away from a narrative, because there were claims by Netanyahu's people, by the Israeli prime minister, that in fact that there were people faking things, faking deaths, faking starvation. So the reason that it's critical that President Trump is, because you may say, well, that's an odd thing to say. It's hard to quote unquote fake starvation. President Trump he's directly referencing, and that's a message to his friend, by all accounts, Benjamin Netanyahu, Israeli prime minister, who Trump has had a wonderful, warm relationship with. It goes all the way back to, remember, when back during the campaign, when President Joe Biden and especially Kamala Harris, remember Kamala, knew that Benjamin Netanyahu was coming here, and there's no easy way to say it. She blew him off. She went to Michigan, said she had a party with sorority sisters planned, and it was bizarre to really just snub a world leader. So Trump then invited Netanyahu to Mar-a-Lago. You remember that. So they've had a very warm, very close relationship. So this is something that I think is significant and should not be overlooked. The President Trump just this morning saying, he wants to work to set up these food centers in Gaza and working with European allies. So he's there. They've just cut this deal, and there he is talking to different world leaders there, saying, how can we meet the needs of starving children? And, you've seen I'm sure you've seen some of the video, and the babies just born in February dying. It's like horrific. So Trump saying, no, these children look hungry. You can't fake that. And we're giving a lot of money. We're giving a lot of food, and other nations as well are stepping up. So okay, go ahead, Dan.
Obviously, Gaza. And I think before we get to phase 2, which is, what's going to happen afterwards, we want to get the children fed. We made a contribution a week ago of $60 million, all going into food. We only hope the food goes to the people that need it, because so much, as you know, when you do something there, it gets taken by Hamas. or somebody, but it gets taken. But and we're prepared to help. We want to help. It's a terrible situation. The whole thing is terrible. It's been bad for many years, but it's great to hear you feel the same way that I do. We have to help on a humanitarian basis before we do anything. We have to get the kids fed. So we've been sending in a lot of food. A lot of the food that's been going there has been sent by the United States.
So that is for Trump. I think we can all feel good about that. And that's a common ground that we can meet on, that this is a pivot away from Benjamin Netanyahu as he is now gathering up European forces to say, what can we do to address the situation? So a unified front, if you will. But it's also an important message to Benjamin Netanyahu. Enough. Let's come together at this negotiation table and let's bring forth the peace and get this done. Bring the hostages home. 855-839-1210. I'm up against it. We have so much breaking and developing. Stay right there.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
Rich Zeoli.
Former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper.
Well, I'll lawyer up, I suppose. Already have.
So I don't really feel sorry for these people that they have to lawyer up, considering how many people in the Trump world had to lawyer up, including the president himself, who was literally prosecuted in multiple jurisdictions. And ultimately, if Clapper's arrested and if he's indicted and if there's a trial, it'll be up to a jury to decide whether or not he's guilty of these things.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The heat is on. This heat wave is the big story in our region here. As I know, we had some flash flooding that happened in South Jersey, Chester, Pennsylvania. But today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, we are looking at those feel-like temperatures. That's what they say. Used to say heat index. Now it's the feel-like temperature, but exceeding 100 degrees. So it'll feel like it's 105 degrees today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. And that's ahead of Thursday, when we'll finally see a break in all the nasty weather. But unfortunately, we'll go to mid-80s. But unfortunately, we could face more flash flooding like we had yesterday. So it's either a heat wave or flash flooding. Not great. Hi, Dawn Stensland here with local news, national news, regional news. We'll get to all of it. We were talking about all things Donald J. Trump, as he still is, like I say, they're about 5 hours ahead of us, right? So as they head now to a second property soon, although it looks like they're delayed, but he's talking about peace in the Middle East, talking about a peace accord between Russia, Ukraine. Talk about juggling all these different issues. And then he's actually there to celebrate in Scotland, to celebrate the new EU deal, which is obviously separate from the deal with Britain, with the UK. I
think they're blowing it up.
And what are they blowing up? Mama Zioli's pride and joy, Rich Zioli. Zioli, we saw that you did make your hit on Fox News. You almost got bumped. Did you get a little bumped by the Veep?
I did. I got a little bumped. A little bump is better than
big
full
bump.
bump. So, yeah. So I got to say, like, two things. So that's better than saying no things. You know what I mean, Dawn? That's how I look at it.
Well, you're
So
looking
if I got
fabulous.
to say two things and the total time on air is 35 seconds, it's still better than no time on air and saying nothing.
I do
That's
have
my
it if you
standard.
want it, Dawn.
Okay, let's listen.
You want to hear what Rich had to say today?
Let's hear it.
Here you
I
go.
lasted longer my first time. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Garcia and Stephen Colbert. And, there's a reason that both of those are losing causes, but Democrats have to figure out how to figure that out in real time and trust their gut instead of trying to seem cool.
Rich, you brought up humor.
Yeah.
And Kennedy brings up being willing to listen to others and talk to others. And Jay Leno over the weekend said, no, if you're sad about Colbert leaving, you need to look in the mirror.
They do. And he also said Republicans are better about making fun of themselves and laughing about it. I think that's part of the problem, is that Democrats are so angry right now. But Colbert is a good example because he doesn't just make jokes about Trump. He makes jokes about Trump's base. And he hates the supporters. And the Democrats still hate the supporters. They have to stop that. That, in my opinion, is their biggest problem, is that they hate the people that voted for him. They think they're mentally ill. And
But yet they want them to vote for them, like, with blinders?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that they think if you insult an entire group of people and tell them that they have been brainwashed, that somehow you're going to re-brainwash them and invite them into the Democrat cult.
Rich, what happened there? She just hijacked your whole point.
Who said it better?
There was I did say something earlier too that made the air, or maybe it didn't make the air. I don't know. I thought it did. I think it made the air. That Dana was referring to, which is I said, she asked me if they hit rock bottom, and then I asked Dana if they hit rock bottom, and she said, "Why are you asking me? I'm the host. You're the guest." So that was fun.
That's funny.
That was at the very
this
beginning.
rock bottom,
But
Dana? I mean, are they there yet?
No.
No.
I don't think so.
No.
Well, wait, why are you asking me? You're the guest. You tell me.
I don't think they've hit rock bottom yet because they still can't self-deprecate and make jokes about themselves.
Yeah, that's so true. And by the way, Zioli, who's way funnier than Colbert, and he was making like $20 million a year, or he is until next year. How about that? You are way. Remember when I first came on 10 years ago? With Afternoons with you and Greg. And people,
the glory days,
because people used to tease me all the time. They'd say, "You have the best gig ever. You just come on, I do a little news, and then I laugh." I would just laugh for hours. Now I actually have to work. You know what I mean? But those were were like the easy days. I just giggled for hours.
First of all, you gave me great inspiration and content to work off of, especially with your twisted sense of humor, which is very, very borderline adult natured. Like, I mean, I had explained to Dana that I said to her, thank you for properly pronouncing Maxwell's name, because I've been calling her Ghislaine for the last week, and apparently that's not how you say her name.
Ghislaine.
So, I wish you were on my show so we could discuss the proper way to pronounce that.
Be careful, baby.
Well, that would be nice. That'd be helpful.
Well, Ghislaine may be the way Epstein pronounced it.
That's the address. It's 123 Ghislaine. But my idea on Colbert, though, and I was going to say this, but we didn't have a lot of time because the president spoke for an hour and then J.D. Vance was speaking. But what I was going to say was, so I think, here's my theory, Colbert wants to get fired. He's trying to get fired, canceled, canned, whatever it is, before May, because he wants to be the victim here, and that's why you're going to hear him do more of this like F Trump stuff and Trump's blah 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 blah. You're going to hear Colbert do more of that, because that's what his goal is, to help him launch whatever his next thing is.
Yes. Yeah, it's true. But the problem with him is it just gets less and less funny. I
agree.
And you had the best point. It's like anger. It's like, he should be like some of the crazy chicks that we've talked about who go out in the woods and they scream, or the latest ones are in Chicago and they scream at the river. He should just go scream with a bunch of crazy chicks. You know what I mean? Just let it out, dude.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Or those people that pay, the white ladies who pay people to come and yell at them about their white privilege. I mean, like, that's a great dinner party right there.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So.
There they are. Think about you're living your best life, whether you're, I don't know, out for a stroll, or maybe the baby's sleeping, and you have these. Was that the Chicago one, Dan?
There's so many of them. I don't know which one it is anymore. That was them yelling at an ocean, I think.
That is nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, the ocean deserved it. The ocean had it coming. Let's be honest. All right, with all that plastics and the microplastics, the ocean is not our friend. Not our friend. Yeah.
That was Chicago. Yeah, I'm sorry, it wasn't the ocean. It was the lake. It was the Chicagoans screaming out of the lake, as Dawn just mentioned. Yeah,
Lake Michigan or the Chicago River, whatever.
Yeah.
2, 1.
Yeah. Listen
Picture us like a
they're nuts.
Like a pressure cooker. What happens when the pressure cooker gets too pressurized, right? It explodes. I think this is a good way for us to be able to, in a healthy way, release whatever we have going on inside out into the void. I was having a real bad day with my partner one day. We were walking by the lake. I just said to her, "Hey, do you want to go scream by the lake?" And she was like, "Yes."
You want to go scream by the lake?
Sitting around, and I just said, "Hey, look, we're about to scream into the lake. I'm so sorry to bother you. Do you want to join us?" And they were like, "Yes, absolutely." So, and we screamed into the lake. A few people cried, and then I looked right at my girlfriend. I was like, "I think this is something that we got to start."
Wow.
There's
nuts.
I love how he's like, this is a healthy way. Like, dude, there's nothing healthy about you, mentally speaking, anyway. Nothing.
Well, what would you guys do if you're sitting in the park and a guy comes up and he's like, can you excuse me and my girlfriend real quick? We're just going to scream into the lake. And your response is, I'll join you? No, that's not how it works.
Now,
I admire people that have started these rage rooms, because these idiots will pay money to go into a room to scream and take their rage out. And then I'm thinking the guy is laughing all the way to the bank. So we should start a rage room.
We should.
And, open it to the left and say it's a safe space. It's a compassionate place. You come in and rage and get all your anger out and just laugh as we take all their money and they scream.
Yes. Great idea.
That's,
Picture us like
it's a house of horrors, but we might as well capitalize on it.
Well, that's just it. Some of the guys who show up, I thought they were going to say, I'm just trying to meet somebody who's a fellow screamer. You know what I mean? But it's not even that. Like, hook up and go get a room, people. You know what I mean? I don't know what they need, but
is that really the pool you want to go? And a person who screams at a lake?
They deserve each other.
Well, I don't want them. I don't want them reproducing, but there might be some pent-up sexual frustration, and that may be part of it, because a lot of these guys are betas, and I don't think they choose. Well, first, they don't drink. That generation, they don't drink. They don't have sex. They don't like to go to work. I mean, we're kind of doomed as a country,
I mean, for crying out, I find myself even with my sons. I'm like, do you guys go out and just party? Just do stuff you're not supposed to do. Whatever happened to that? You know what I mean?
Whatever happened to funneling a beer like I did in college, where you had a hat on that had 2 beer cans and you funneled it, or just the classic funnel? What happened to these things? Why is we as a society now gone down this road of college kids just ordering club soda?
Yeah.
What is happening to this country? Please.
It's nuts. It's nuts.
No, I think a big part of to back to like Colbert, I was down waiting for my hit, which was going to go from 15 minutes to 15 seconds. And Julia, she comes and she gets the guests and she brings them upstairs and gets them to the studio. And Julia and I were talking, and she's in her 20s, and she said to me, and this is a quote, she said, "I have no idea who Stephen Colbert is. I'd never heard his name before. Wow. I thought everybody was pronouncing that other guy's name wrong, the killer, the Koberberger, whatever his name was." She thought they were mispronouncing his name, and the reason why, she said, is because I've never seen Stephen Colbert on TikTok. So that generation is not watching late night comedy at all. That's number one. But I mean, he cost the network $40 million, but South Park, which I know is Dan Borowski's favorite show, $1.5 billion. That same network paid $1.5 billion for South Park, and on their very first episode, they have President Trump sleeping with Satan. So it's not about the politics, and it's not about the fact that Stephen Colbert is getting canceled because he's going after Trump, and they're worried about the merger and blah blah blah. Because if that was the case, they would not have paid $1.5 billion for South Park, and then literally on the season opener have Trump in bed with the devil. You know what I mean? So.
Yes. No, I did see the South Park. I think he was kidding, but the creator did jokingly kind of apologize, or maybe not so jokingly. But the headline was the co-creator jokes that he's terribly sorry about the premiere.
Yeah, he did. They had to issue an apology, and it was clearly very heartfelt. Very heartfelt. Like, it's like when the guy comes home from the strip club and it's like, "I'm sorry. I should not have gone with my buddies to the Lilas." It's like, you're not really sorry, are you?
Yeah.
No, I'm not really. No.
Now, Rich, did you see the full episode of South Park? Did you see it?
I did not. No, because I've got 3 kids, so I'm dealing with all that. And yesterday I had to make squid pasta with Reagan. So no, I did not. Was it funny?
We love your cooking segments. Okay, so I'll ask Dan. So I had to wait to watch it with Michael and David. And here's the thing with how serious this generation is. Like, they thought it was edgy and stuff like that. But then they were critical of the production values. Because they're like, dude, they spend $1 million+ on this. And they were, because this age group of teenagers and early 20s with college, they are so good at making these kinds of videos. And so all they're thinking is, me and my friends, because the me goes before my, instead of my friends and I, me and my friends, we make funnier videos than this. We should have our own production company. So
I disagree with that.
So they went down that road of saying it was edgy, but for $1 million, they could produce something better.
I mean, from the start, though, they were felt characters on a board, animated very badly, and I feel like kind of what brings, a little bit of amateurness to the show, and I think that it is part of the appeal is that kind of bad production value. I think it's almost purposeful in a way.
Yes.
But I look at Donald Trump essentially replacing Saddam Hussein, and there's a theory that Saddam Hussein has taken the body of Donald Trump and is now sleeping with the devil, and the whole Mr. Garrison storyline being reversed. And the sub-theme, though, I mean, you have all this political, but you also have a lot of offensive words that are being thrown around, and that's kind of the history of South Park, but it's almost like they doubled and tripled down on this episode almost to make an impact, both in a controversial manner from a societal perspective and also political perspective, and I think we're highlighting the political perspective, but I think it was Trey Parker's and Matt Stone's desire after landing a $1.5 billion contract to make headlines in the way that they're doing, and I think they've won the day, to be honest with you.
They've won the day, and it's obvious they hate Stephen Colbert because they've made him look like a jackass.
True.
Because that was his whole defense, right? Oh, I made Trump jokes and I get fired, and but they're getting $1.5 billion, and their jokes are pretty outlandish. So, but to the point though about people starting their own stuff online. I mean, that's where everything is going now at this point. I mean, there's a lot of content out there, but I always think cream rises to the top. So at some point, then the bad stuff gets filtered out like anything else. Bad radio gets filtered out, bad TV gets filtered out, bad TikTok videos will get filtered out. So the cream will rise to the top of whatever the medium is, but let's be honest, the listening habits and the viewing habits have changed to such a degree that these late night shows are dead. Gutfeld will continue to be a success. Fela will continue to be a success, but that's because the network, Fox News, has created such loyalty with their audience that people watch it all day long. You know what I mean? And then Gutfeld doesn't go after the people who are voting for Democrats. He makes fun of Democrats. Jimmy does the same thing. Like Jimmy Fallon goes after the Democrats, not their voters, not their supporters. Whereas, Colbert and these other guys, they genuinely really. And I would put Howard Stern in this camp. I put Bruce Springsteen in this camp. They hate us. Like we are the problem. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, it's so true. So what's on the cooking agenda for this evening?
Well, so we have Bridget's parents coming into town. So I'm going to fake my own death here in New York City to get out of that. And I don't know. I mean, I think we're going out to dinner. My daughter Claire is in a play for a theater camp. So I think we're going to take her out and celebrate her tonight. And that should be fun. And I'm sure there'll be some breaking news that'll keep me on the air past 7:00 since my in-laws are in town. Probably have to stay on until maybe like 10:30.
It's a big day.
So it's a big day.
It's a big day.
Do you guys get anything besides Italian food when you go out to eat?
I don't understand the question. Why would we?
He makes the best Italian food.
I look at people like Rich Zioli as the person to blame when I look around at every street corner. I would love a food scene in South Jersey, but everything is a mom and pop Italian place because people like Rich Zioli goes one Italian place to the next, and that's satisfying for them. Rich, I blame you, sir.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. You should blame me, but I'll be honest with you. The truth of the matter is that if we started a food store that had something for everybody, that catered to every taste, and called it a diner, I think it would catch on because I hear these things are very successful. Throwing it out there.
Touche, Fred.
I love it. Or you could go to the Wheelie Wheelie Good food truck. Try that one. Remember that one?
Food truck, highly racist on. Very
back
racist.
In the day.
Back in the day, very racist fried rice. That fried rice was incredibly racist.
They are still in business.
Are they really?
Despite Helen Gim.
Wow.
That was a bit. I'm going to start doing that. Remember that?
Wheelie Wheelie Good. And they were Asian people, too. And they called their truck Wheelie Wheelie Good because it's on wheels.
Yes.
And Helen Gim had a problem with that. And, of course, she was also the person who used to wear a lapel pin that said, "I am not a virus." And, actually, I think your mind is absolutely a virus, Helen Gim. But, that during COVID, when they all went down to Chinatown, you remember that? It was Jim Kenney and Helen Gim and all these other idiots went down there to eat dumplings to show everybody they weren't afraid of Chinese people during COVID. And then 4 days later, locked down everything, particularly and starting with Chinese restaurants. So, you know what I mean?
It's so good to talk. I know you'll have, what do you have? You probably, there's so much breaking that even if you tease what you have upcoming this evening, you are going to have a ton. You are going to be on the air until 10:30 tonight. That's my point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's the catch. I already told DeSantis that scrap all the Trump audio you grabbed from the weekend because he answered every question with Keir Starmer for an hour and a half. So, and then but it's always great talking to you guys. I love it.
I know.
So
we love
fun.
you. Love you. Miss you. Yeah, I think he's going to hold another news conference. I hate to tell you this, but I think there's another one this afternoon. So it might actually be live during your show.
Okay.
So
even better. We love when that happens.
You say hate to tell you like it's a bad thing. Right?
Well, I mean, No.
When that happens, it's the greatest because then we take the president live and the audience is happy. Yeah. And I'm not wearing pants typically during the show, when I do it from home. I light a cigar, I crack open a beer, and, we just let it ride. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to be mostly at the remote home studio this week because I got Claire's Play. So we got the matinee and then the evening performance. So I got to go in the afternoon, got to go run and do the show. And then after the show, I got to run over and go to the play because I got to be there at every performance. You know what I mean?
So happy birthday, baby Claire. Or she's not baby Claire anymore. She's beautiful Claire. But what is what's the player? What can you tell? What is her role?
Well, I think she's a tree or something.
Okay.
She's she's in the chorus.
Well, she's a beautiful tree.
But she's the most beautiful chorus member that I've ever seen. So,
Claire.
I mean, that's what counts. But, I'm going to take a train out of this hellhole they call New York City.
Take your train. Be
get
safe,
back
baby.
To Jersey. But love you guys. Thank you for having me on your show.
Love you, Richie.
This segment was 1,800 times longer than the time I had on Fox News.
I know.
So look at that.
We wanted to make it up to you because we love you.
I appreciate
Happy
that.
Monday.
They're blowing up. That's my career, Mama Zioli. They think they're blowing that up. So,
Rich Zioli, the great, the
See
one
you
and
guys.
only Zioli. Yeah, see, Dan, that was when I first started. I could just, I was on with Greg and Rich. They go to me for news segments every 15 minutes, and then the rest of the time, I would just laugh.
Oh.
How sweet is that for like 4 or 5 hours? Just laugh. That was it. That was the gig.
Just died laughing.
It was like the best
It was
ever.
so much fun.
So fun. Now I have to, we actually have to work. So there's that. I'm just teasing. 855-839-1210 if you want to call in about the, any of the day's events. We have a lot breaking, a lot to update you on just within that tiny little segment with Zioli. I wanted to catch up with him. All right, we got to take a break. All right, break, and then we'll be back.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-518-9137. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
So this is a quick little segment because I was lost in Zioli land, which I love.
How could you not?
It was
be?
nice. Yeah, it was nice every once in a while. So we'll update you a little bit on Governor Josh Shapiro. He, as you know, he was on Colbert late last week and really throwing Mamdani under the bus. I think that's significant, and it's a smart move. It's savvy because Mamdani making a lot of headlines, and as well the Mamdani wedding, I don't know if it was a multi-million-dollar wedding, but it was definitely a lavish affair overseas. And so Mamdani, who's the Democrat, the socialist, communist, whatever he calls himself, Democrat candidate for the mayor in New York City, he's going down in the polls a little. Does this wedding news hurt him? We'll get into all of that right around the corner. We've talked about the Trump breaking news, but we'll get to local news as well and regional news. A lot to talk about here as we continue. This is a little bumper segment because we have to pay the bills a little bit, so I apologize. Then we'll come back and have a fast-paced broadcast for you as we update you on everything. So please stay right there. But it is summertime. We're looking at record heat. It feels like it's in the hundreds today, tomorrow, Wednesday, by the way. And it's important to keep your home cool, obviously, and efficient. That's paramount. And that's why I always have my guys out for every season. Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. They, of course, came out to get our AC unit summer ready. Glad they did. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced this summer. If Marvin E. Cann's, my guys, if they do feel that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and hopefully install a high-efficiency Trane AC unit, Trane, hard to stop a train, as they say. Visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com, marvinecans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Just hearing the word IRS can
I
make
thought
people
he did
break
it with
out in a
Colbert.
sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Very hot and humid today in the sunshine, high of 95. Even worse tomorrow, high 98 and mostly sunny. And Wednesday, it'll be the last of the 90s for the week, a high of 97. Thursday, 83 and possibly rain.
Kale & Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Camping World needs to get on board with Kale & Company. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
Come on, let's go, Skopinich. I give you all these ideas. I mean, one of them has to hit, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, that's part of it. I just wanted an extended break away from the wife and kids.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here with Kale & Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, he did, and I think we mentioned this on Friday, but just to give you a little more in light of Mom Donnie's wedding over the weekend, Governor Josh Shapiro, he did appear with Stephen Colbert on The Late Show, and that was Thursday night. And obviously, this after CBS already announced that that show is being canceled due to revenues and ratings loss. That's the bottom line on this one. It's all about the money. I think we've established that. But in this one, the Pennsylvania governor is still making national headlines for criticizing New York City mayoral nominee and the Democrat candidate, even though he calls himself a socialist Democrat, Zohran Mamdani. And he calls him out for, quote, blatantly anti-Semitic rhetoric pushed by extremists. So that is Governor Josh Shapiro, who, as you know, is Jewish here in Pennsylvania, and calling on Mamdani and Democrats. And this, by the way, as I don't think Schumer or some top Democrats still have not endorsed Mamdani. You know, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders, they've endorsed him. But I still don't think, and I think they won't. I think that top Democrats are just shying away from this completely, because Mamdani's poll numbers, it looks like he's slipping a little bit as people get to know him. And I know over the weekend, Curtis Lee was all over this. His numbers are up slightly. Again, slightly. But you have 4 candidates, and Mamdani was sort of the darling. But this happens. As you have a mayoral candidacy, people meet the candidate. He was an unknown. He looked all fresh and shiny and new, and now you get to know him a little bit. I don't know if you saw the details of the Mamdani wedding, but his very well-to-do parents, mom's a big Hollywood Disney producer, they were in Uganda over the weekend because, you know, what about a destination wedding? And with some of the wealthiest people around the world gathering, huge wedding, huge gala at this quote-unquote compound. And then all of that security. Here's somebody who wants to defund the police in New York City. And yet when it comes to his own wedding, well, they just hired special forces unit. I mean, you know, it looks like a movie with these special forces guys, right? No gals. It's not like a DEI special force. Doesn't look like our Secret Service back in, Butler, PA, when you know what happened. And then these are like big, scary-looking IDF dudes in special forces. That's who Mamdani hired for his wedding, security. Okay?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications there.
Look at this. I mean, just a gorgeous wedding venue. Dan, have we seen the cost of the wedding? See, I have not seen the full, but this is a destination wedding. They're calling it, even the media that loves him is saying it was a lavish wedding. It was a 3-day wedding celebration in Uganda. And so lately I've been doing AI. We have to have a whole AI conversation. What does AI say? They said, the Mamdani 3-day celebration generated significant public attention and controversy. So that's AI. I think that's an understatement, but by all accounts, a lavish ceremony. It followed a civil ceremony, by the way, in New York City, but also another ceremony in Dubai. So not just the one in Uganda, but we're talking New York, Dubai, and then Lake Victoria in Uganda. High security, a lot of celebrities, armed guards, phone jamming systems, and very tight security. So yeah, you think there's a little backlash? This guy is and they're calling him a champagne socialist.
So I went back to where he, I guess in New York, when he had the engagement, he also did something called a nikah. It's an Islamic religious ceremony in which a couple signs a marriage contract. In doing so, he did it at a venue where, I guess it's kind of low for New York, right? But the packages run a socialist, this is from a New York Post, on a socialist-friendly $72 per person with a minimum food buy of roughly $2,700. And that's just for the engagement party.
For the engagement party.
For the engagement party.
So I guess that they tried to make a little humble by their standards. But then they had a ceremony in Dubai.
That's not socialism, though.
How much did the nikah ceremony cost in Dubai? Because I'm thinking it's not $72 a plate, my friend. And then the other one at the Mamdani family compound estate overlooking Lake Victoria, that one in Uganda. So the parents are extremely wealthy, and this is how he grew up. He grew up privileged, very wealthy, but he's the one who says, let's defund the police. Basically, I should have asked Yoli about this. This is the famous classic rules for thee and not for me, as Yoli always has said, right? So his mom is the acclaimed filmmaker Mira Nair, and I guess the scholar. The dad's a scholar.
He's going to need to repurpose this sounder soon.
Yeah, perhaps.
All right, we don't have to do the whole thing. But.
So and by the way, Rama, his new wife, originally she's from Damascus, but the Mamdani website has changed where she's from to say she was born in Texas. But you're seeing the PR shift as they're realizing this is a very bad look.
I have a theory here, Dawn.
Yes.
So I'm doing a lot of Google search and trying to find any kind of information as to how much this might cost in Uganda. Nothing, but there are a lot of reports about their kind of low-level cost one that they had in New York. Is there any possibility that they held this one in New York at a purposefully low-cost venue? That way, when you Googled how much it cost for their ceremony, it kind of got buried. The Dubai, the other ceremonies, the Uganda, in favor of this one that was lower cost in New York. It kind of seems that way on Google.
I think you're onto something there, Dan Borowski.
Guy's a PR genius. I got to give it to him.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If you say anything about Mamdani, all of his, because it's a big social media thing. So all these people who don't have a picture, they just newly created an account. You can't really trace who the person is because they're like bots or they're people just working for the campaign. You get swarmed. Okay, that's what they do to you, and that's their MO with this. But yeah, cost of the Mamdani Uganda wedding. So they're calling it, he's a champagne socialist. They're calling it $1 million wedding. But I don't see they're saying it exceeded $1 million. Yeah, so there's some things you cannot avoid.
Meanwhile, this guy wants state-run grocery stores.
State-run grocery stores, and the rich should pay. So I don't know, maybe they should start with selling his stuff and like a Mamdani garage sale or estate sale to pay for all the stuff he wants in New York.
I love the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it also, we'd love to have free stuff.
Yeah.
Free everything. Wouldn't that be nice? But who's going to pay? And we all know the rich people are not going to pay. They're going to leave because that's what they do because they can afford to leave. They're going to move. Bye-bye. And then the working people are the ones left holding the bag. And then it's a disaster, by the way. So 855-839-1210. Quick break. Be right back.
Oh, filing form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Up to 20% off any Hyundai in stock. New Santa Fe's, Tucson's, and Elantras. Anyone you can rock. Come on down, we'll do the rest.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. We've partnered with Hyundai for our largest event of the summer, the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Over 200 vehicles to choose from in stock, from new Santa Fe's, Tucson's, Elantras, and more. And 0% financing is available on any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition, guaranteed, only at Colonial. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires July 31st, 2025.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Vice President J.D. Vance speaking in Ohio, and he has a connection with a relative who I believe is running for office in Cincinnati. But in this one, just updating you on what some are calling a viral fight video. Sorry, I had to cough. A viral fight video. In my humble opinion, this is not as much as a fight as it is individuals being swarmed by a group of people and violently attacked. And so the police, the latest on this, we talked about it on Kale and Company earlier this morning, but the latest is that police say they have identified several suspects believed to be involved in this. It has gone viral on social media. It is disturbing. They say 4 or 5 of the suspects, quote unquote, have been identified, and police are continuing to field tips as they try to make some arrests in this one. I'll warn you if you're watching on YouTube, if we're going to air this, it's disturbing because you see in this individuals, they're having a huge music festival, like R&B type music festival. Everything was going along beautifully and people filling the streets. At some point, there's some people who share words, and the next thing you see, and if you're watching on YouTube, you see a man who's lying on the pavement in the middle of a street. And then you see a group of, I don't know, what would you say, Dan? It's 6 to 10. I'm not sure how many people swarming.
That's about accurate, yeah.
6?
Yeah.
6?
Nah, more than that.
10?
Yeah.
Because it's, there are different shots from people's phones.
Just elbow drop.
Body slamming. So you see a man who's quickly taken down on the street, defenseless, and they still continue to kick and body slam him, kicking him directly in the face, in the head, repeatedly. The man is bloodied. He tries to get up, and then even when he stands up, he's disoriented and dizzy because of all the blows, especially to the head, no doubt, and he falls back down. And then you see a woman who's with him, tries to help him up, and this is very disturbing in the end. The woman who helped him up is grabbed from behind, and now you're about to see this as a man punches this woman in the blue dress with pink flowers. Watch what happens here. It's horrible. So I'm just going to warn you, it's disturbing. This woman grabs the woman. No, watch, boom, KO.
What?
A man punches this lady, much smaller lady, in a blue dress with pink flowers, punches her in the head, in the face. And she is knocked out with blood coming from her head and from her mouth. And she's unconscious. She's knocked unconscious to the concrete then as people try to help her. Oh my gosh. And then at that point, when the crowd sees that the woman was punched by this man, you do see everyone stand back as now another woman in a dress tries to help her up, and another man. I don't know that she's conscious, and I don't have her condition. But this is a very disturbing situation. I'm just going to tell you, although in the end, it does appear that a mixed ethnic group tries to help up the woman who's knocked unconscious. But the victims in this who are beaten upon and bloodied appear to be white, or I should say white or Hispanic or light-skinned individuals. I don't know their ethnicity. And the doers, if you will, would appear to be, is it fair to say, I don't know, they're darker skinned individuals. Because I don't want to say African American, because actually they might not be African American. They're darker skinned individuals. The only reason the ethnicity matters is that if this were a reversed, and these were white skinned people doing this to darker skinned, it would be a different narrative. It would be the lead on every network. Here's JD Vance talking about it.
There was a group of people who attacked a couple folks on the street in Cincinnati. Senator Bernie Moreno, some others have spoken out about it, have been critical of it.
Yes. So what I saw, and I haven't seen the full context, but what I saw is a mob of lawless thugs beating up on an innocent person, and it's disgusting. And I hope every single one of those people who engage in violence is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And they will be. They will be, so long as law enforcement in the state of Ohio takes their job seriously. I know Dave Yost cares a lot about these things. But yeah, I actually, you're right. Bernie did send me a clip of this, and we talked a little bit about it. I don't know the full context. I don't know how the fight started. But the one part that I saw that was really gruesome is you had a grown man who sucker punched a middle-aged woman.
Yeah.
And where I come from, at least, when you have a grown man who sucker punches a middle-aged woman, that person ought to go to jail for a very long time. And frankly, he's lucky there weren't some better people around, because they would have handled it themselves. But if they're not going to handle it, the cops in Cincinnati, the law enforcement, you've got to prosecute people. We've had way too much lawlessness on the streets of great American cities. How many of you all have wanted to go to downtown Akron or downtown Canton or downtown Columbus for a meal, but you're worried because the local authorities in these big cities have allowed lawlessness to run wild? We have got to make great American cities safe again for families and children. If you want to take your wife or your children out for a meal, you shouldn't be worried about street violence. And the only way to destroy that street violence is to take the thugs who engage in that violence and throw their asses in prison.
Boom. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So we're not hearing, and I have no idea if there's a racial angle to it. I'm just pointing out to you when the narrative is different, that all of a sudden it becomes a civil rights thing. And I actually don't know that race had anything to do with it, but the so-called liberal media would make it a racial issue if the woman in particular that he referenced in that blue dress with the pink flowers, can you imagine if she were an African-American lady or a woman of ethnicity, and then the guy who punched her was a light-skinned or white guy? Can you even imagine? It would be national news. Everybody would be leading with it, and you don't see it as much. But I do hope that these people are brought to justice. The police there have said that they as much. But this wasn't just sucker punching it. It was a KO. He knocks her unconscious. She hits her head on the pavement. They're in the middle of a street. It's a horrific situation. It should never happen. Horrible. Absolutely. It's a disgrace. Amen to that. Where are we going, Dan? To Dom?
No.
We completely lost track of time.
Well, we can go to Dom if you want. Yes, we should probably go to Dom. We're actually running
low because we're running way over.
Yes.
So thank you for joining us on this Monday. Man, there's so much breaking news, so much to share. Dom Giordano in the house as Dom's back from, I think, a few days
Welcome
off.
back.
Tony Bruno.
Yes, Tony Bruno. Thank you. And Robin, Dawn, Scott Presler, usually at 2 o'clock. I think he's listening. He wants to burst on the scene now. He's got big news.
Good.
And we'll also talk about Chris Matthews. Can't have him on anymore. Last time he was on my show, he cursed. And he wasn't even mad. But Chris Matthews talking about the real secret of Trump, and he means it. And I think he's accurate what America wants, Chris Matthews.
Great Dom Giordano show, and welcome back, Dom show, right now.
That cover is the best kiss.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different.
Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Sonepar Management U.S. Incorporated has openings in Hamilton, New Jersey for a senior UC and collaboration engineer responsible to serve as network engineer responsible for designing network architectures, developing and implementing strategies for voice-over IP telephony installations and support. Requires a master's degree or foreign equivalent in computer science, information systems engineering, electronic engineering, or related field, plus 4 years of experience in the job offered or in a position involving unified communications. In lieu of a master's degree and 4 years of experience, the employer will accept a bachelor's degree or foreign equivalent plus 6 years of experience. Wage offered $163,197. Send resume to sarah.grooms@sonepar-us.com. Reference ID number SON-068 in email. Again, send resume to sarah.grooms@sonepar-us.com. Reference ID number SON-068 in email.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, the start of a big week here. What a win, the EU. This is one of the biggest trade deals ever, $750 billion they're buying of U.S. energy. And we have the very best for talk radio, E.J. Antoni from the Heritage Foundation. He's here at 12:45 to break that down, and also why he says when the Fed wins, Americans lose. By the way, on one note, I see this as so mischaracterized. President Trump abroad has been talking about, you know what, maybe Americans should get a rebate. And I hear people saying this is exactly like the Biden free money. No, it's not. Those were a bunch of people playing video games who didn't want to work, use this excuse, and Biden was trying to buy their votes and spin us into inflation. No, a rebate based upon the surplus that's coming in with all these tariffs and everything else. In other words, who do you want? Oh, well, you got to pay down the debt, Tom. Well, what are you talking about here? No, I'm tired of hearing that. Give Americans money back. Money that was taken too much. Way too much. Are you on board with the rebate? I mean, that's one thing been rattling around since I saw the president talk about. So that's a yes, but a no. No pardon for Maxwell. Was she involved in trafficking in a manner that we've talked about? Yes. How many times have we said they had a big court trial, etc., and she was found guilty? Why in the world are we giving her a pardon? And again, that's not going to play well politically to engage in that. In addition to, I don't think it's the right thing to do. Yeah, well, we want to get the names and all the rest of it here. Give her the pardon. Massey, President Trump seemed to be open to it. I'm not saying, as some crazies are, oh, that would be the death knell with MAGA if President Trump did that. But again, why are we going down this path here? All right, now, Scott Presler is here today at 2 o'clock. Usually he checks in with me once a day, whatever. Today it's been several times, and it was as early as 8 o'clock, I think. Oh, yeah, I'll be there at 2 o'clock today. Do I have huge news? So I'm not going to give you the news until he's here. And the news is really good, all right, in the vein of Scott Presler. It's stunning what's happening, really. And each week he's here at 2 o'clock to document it because we like to keep people pushing, inspired. You know, we have the Supreme Court races. They're not as sexy as a presidential race. We get that. But remember, if we knock those 3 progressive judges out in Pennsylvania, that goes a long way to any election or anything that comes up. Just think of the damage that they've done. By the way, several people out there talking about what they're calling Shapiro's choice. In other words, I've been telling you that in the big, beautiful bill, and in the middle of that chaos, we're proud we found this congressman who said, hey, there's $5 billion in there. McCormick was part of this. No strings attached, not taking money away from the public schools, that will go to parents through this unique program where people can take up to pay up to $1,700, contribute it to that, then take that off their federal income tax. What choice? It's free money. And yet, with Josh Shapiro, he's all over the place, as usual, or worse. If Josh Shapiro will not take money to release these kids, I'm just getting so tired of it. Stacey Garrity is definitely running, and thank God for that. She didn't tell me, but I'm telling you, that's what I believe. We shouldn't be afraid of this guy. He is beatable. Who the hell is Josh Shapiro? And if he doesn't free this money up because of his fears of certain Democrats and the teachers' unions, we can't beat him. And thank God, I believe Stacey Garrity is running because Doug Mastriano, here's the headline. He even gave an interview to the Philadelphia Inquirer. Says an early GOP endorsement, which could come in September, and they would endorse Stacey Garrity if she runs, won't keep him out of the 2026 governor's race. And I'm looking at a Politico analysis where they interview Republicans. And you know what they claim? If this maniac, and I'm tired of calling him, he's a nice guy, he's a maniac. If this guy is the nominee, several serious strategists believe he will cost 3 or 4 Republican congressional seats in Pennsylvania. Now, you know how tight the margin is. You mean to say we're going to go through this again? But he's got people in the hinterlands that just can't get enough of this guy. It's true. They like the warped stuff that he does. I can't say it clearly enough. It's not just about beating Shapiro. It's about winning back the House, keeping the Senate, and the Congress. This guy last time got murdered. This time will be worse. And up to 4 congressional seats. And I'm not going to shut up with it. The last time I spoke out, went after him. This time I'm way ahead of telling you this, though. This just can't happen. Republicans got to do anything possible. So it tells me they don't seem to be panicking that Stacey Garrity is going to run. That's what it tells me. I don't know that. And she's definitely a worthy challenger. I'm not predicting yet that she'll beat Josh Shapiro, but it'll be a heck of a race. And you know the implications. The other implication is he becomes a front runner for president on the Democrat side. But imagine Republican people saying, if this guy's the nominee, you're probably going to lose in the midterms, lose the House. What kind of Alice in Wonderland world are we living in with this guy Mastriano? And certain parts of Pennsylvania, I mean, he is the craze stuff out there. He's got that. That's all that he is. It's a joke. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Here is Chris Matthews, all right, speaking the truth, and he means this in a positive way. He's identifying something about President Trump. And again, we'll break down the EU win. It stabilized things. I told you about the energy coming our way. It's a big win. And nobody that I've seen today, nobody can say what we lost in this, what the Europeans gained. Now, Americans on certain products, paying more and all that, but it's relatively limited versus what we're gaining from this. And it's making other countries think, hey, we better step up. Besant is meeting with the Chinese the next 2 days. Now, the Chinese are not going to be as easy. We know all that. We've gotten into a bad position with them. It's going to take, over the last 40 years, it's going to take a while to roll all that back. But the bottom line is we're on the roll here. All right, here's Matthews talking about what is it that Trump, I have 2 cuts of him, Henry, so it'll be cut 6, and then we'll play cut 12. I'll set it up. Of Matthews talking about the difference between Trump and Biden. But first, what is the overall thing? And I think what he says is on point here, not being antagonistic. Here's Matthews.
I always watch and see who buys the New York Post, because it tells me that people want an alternative to people like you or me, right? They want an alternative. They want the Trumpian view. And maybe they want to expose themselves to the Trumpian view so that they can expose the weaknesses they've got. But also, to be honest with you, the country is moving towards Trump. I mean, these polls that come out and show him not doing well, I don't buy that. I think his strength is still greater than the Democratic strength. He is a stronger public figure than the Democratic people. I mean, Obama still has tremendous charisma, but Trump has strength. And I think that's what all voters look for. But they want a president who is a strong figure. And he's got it. And he can, it's just there. And half the country buys it. That's what I think.
All right, strength. Yeah, you might say, oh, it's obvious. Okay. I think it's identifying it right on point. Now, here's a little bit more of what he said, how Trump can maneuver versus a Biden. Cut 12.
We have never had a president so instantly spontaneous that he knows this minute, if he gets to at 4 o'clock this afternoon, he will say, that's not really true anymore. He will know the mood of the country. He once, and I had to talk with him about Zoolander movie, the Ben Stiller movie. And he said, Zoolander 1, good timing. Zoolander 2 didn't work. I mean, he's instantaneous. He knew how to put down Jeb Bush, put down Barry, all these guys.
His Secretary of State, he put down at the time.
Yeah, that's right. He's very good at knowing your condition, your worries, your insecurities. I mean, he'd be a great bully on a grade school, Catholic high school or grade school. I mean, he'd be the scariest bully because he'd know everybody's weakness. But he's really good at the moment. I mean, he's out there watching television and keeping up. And is this the right thing to do? What am I going to do right now? Biden couldn't do that in a million years. Not in a million years. Mondale couldn't do that. They don't have the connection to the electricity of what's going on in the country culturally. And he knows what works.
All right. Is he tuned in on Epstein is the open question. We'll see. But Matthews is right. Those are 2 of the strongest things involving President Trump. Strength, second to none. I'm not sure which president we would say had exactly that type of persona. Is it Reagan? Is that how far back you'd have to go? And the other part, being tuned into this and maneuvering. Yeah, on a dime. That's what he does. All right, 855-839-1210. Here's the side question today. I happen to notice, down the shore, a DJ came up with this one, that we lost Hulk Hogan, wasn't here for that one. And you have people saying they're glad he's dead over the weekend. One, a school board member. I think this one in Texas, there were several of them. That's one less MAGA and all the rest. Of course, we know the racial stuff there. Of course. Then you had Ozzy. Then you had Malcolm Jamal Warner. So we're looking today for something or someone. Doesn't have to be a person. It could be something. I'm going to give you one of both. That is iconic to the 80s. Is the phrase, I'll add this on the fly here. Greed is good. All right. Struck me the 80s. But mine are big hair and Madonna. Although I don't think Madonna was necessarily a big hair, but Madonna as a figure, these are some things that are iconic. Hulk Hogan, probably the biggest out of the 3, then Ozzy, then Malcolm Jamal Warner. At least that's how I'd rank them. So, Henry, a person or thing that's iconic?
Oh,
What's
man,
yours?
you really usurped me there at the hair. I was going to go on a whole tangent about the hair.
Yeah, go ahead.
How about no? I mean, the big hair both on girls and guys. Obviously,
That's
the hair
right.
metal
Yeah,
phase, hair metal
yeah.
music came into the fold. But how about another one? How about the bold neon colors that everyone seemingly wore back then? Whether it was in old footage or
I have a pair of orange bell bottoms still at home, I believe. I have to wear them the mulligans.
Like bright orange?
Bright orange.
Like Ricky Fowler on Sunday?
Yes, it was Ricky Fowler. It's my golf outfit. You know, if I had them, I don't know if I still have it. I have a rust-colored leisure suit.
Oh, man.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so the neon colors, I mean, very loud, very popular. I think made a resurgence about 10 or 15 years ago.
Exactly.
But there was nothing like the 80s. And then the other one I'll take off, I guess so, is the synth sound. I feel like there's a lot of synth music orchestrated in the 80s. So, yeah, I'll take that as well.
All right, so hit us with that. Get in early. Full week of the side question this week. EJ and Tony here at 12:45 to break down not only the EU, but Trump battling the Fed. Why did he say on Twitter just in the last day or so, every time the Fed wins, the American public loses? But I am on board with the rebate check. Now, I don't know how much Trump's thinking, $1,000. I don't care. Give us back our own money. I'm fine with that. That's not, what Biden did. And no pardon for Maxwell. Come on. We've moved into the pardon, and we've had callers. There have been a couple women, Joe of Columbus, another, who have said, what about the underlying thing here, the sexual abuse, aside from just the politics? And Epstein reaches beyond the grave. I was thinking about that. Someone that reached beyond the grave as a side question. That's something they left behind, or an heir of theirs, maybe, seeking revenge. That, like in Goodfellas, the kid whose father was killed in the initial traffic thing with a bat. The kid shows up and gets Sonny. Yeah, that might be a side. There might be enough of those. I'm glad you like that one. Yeah. Beyond the grave, but Epstein definitely is reaching beyond the grave. It's incredible how much is going on with this. All right, 855-839-1210. And by the way, I've analyzed President Trump's golf swing. It's not good. I mean, it's the type of swing where he can make contact, and I think he's pretty straight from what I can tell. But I don't know why he does that. It looks like he used to have a lot of flexibility. He can make a turn and get a full turn. This, he just kind of takes it back and kind of slaps at it.
Well, he doesn't strike me as someone who's working on his stretching early in the morning when he gets up.
True, but still. I mean, I've seen a lot of people, worse. I mean, he's athletic early on. He ought to be able to reach a certain point.
I don't know. I feel like it's when you see, like, some of the older guys do the first ceremonial tee off at the Masters, and they can't get all the way back anymore, and they're about his age. So it makes sense that he doesn't have that same flexibility, especially in the condition he's in as well.
Yeah, I guess, but I don't think he's even trying to get it back there. He's come up with
he might have given up. I could so see him being like, I'll never do that again.
But I would say this. He looks like his short game and putting looked pretty good to me. I mean, he looks like it's pretty good. I looked at Turnberry, one thing he did. He looked pretty good. So he could stay in a round, but if he's playing a fairly long course, brutal. I mean, he's got to be hitting a 3-wood every time in the second shot.
Yeah.
And I don't know if his caddy moved the ball or not.
Turnberry totally did.
Turnberry's pretty tough.
Great caddy.
Yeah, great. All right, go over there now. All right, move it because we were told the Secret Service wants me to be on the fairway. All right, 855-839-1210. You grab a line right now.
Jack Schitarelli, I've known you a long time, and you and I consider you a friend. We've gone to games together. We've hung out. I've done events for you. I'm doing more events for you coming up this fall. But it is sauce. It's not gravy. It's only gravy when you put meat in it. Come on, Jack.
In our house, it was only sauce when it was fish, so we make a fish sauce. Otherwise, it's a gravy, Rich. Come on, don't let me down. Don't make me call you to my gun here. You're not a minigun.
Oh, man. This is to be continued, all right?
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey Odyssey app.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, navigation, take me to turnersvillejeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
We're in for a heat wave for the next few days with feels like temps potentially reaching 100 degrees. Philadelphia's new Lactation Spaces Finder app is helping women find places to breastfeed or pump. And the Philly School District is launching its annual back-to-school celebration and bus tour.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, way to go, Jack Chitterelli. I wasn't listening to that down the shore, but cheering you on, sticking to your guns. I mean, we've had politicians not even want to answer the gravy sauce question. Well, can you tell us, have you ever done it? They'll answer that, but not gravy sauce. Way to go, Jack. So I told you down the shore, and I'll bring it in tomorrow. Somebody gave me a really fancy sweatshirt that says it's gravy, not sauce. And they claimed in the restaurant that they once owned, you got fired if you called it sauce.
Fired?
Fired. Now, I don't know if they were kidding or not. They bring the thing over, and I also met someone that might be hooking us up with Carlo from Godfather. Remember Carlo? Hey, sit next to him over here with Connie, married to Connie. Pretty good looking, huh? This guy looks so much better now than he did as Carlo, I think. But in the book she gave me, he claims to have slept with Marilyn Monroe. Now, there's a side question. You know you've gone too far when you claim what? Like when I claimed the 40-yard football throw, people didn't think it was completely preposterous. If I said 50 yards, then yeah, come on, you know.
Yeah,
it's
then people are like, all right.
extremely unlikely. Yeah, it's like carrying a golf ball 300 yards in the air. Pretty unlikely. All right. All right. Today's side question, though, a thing, a trend, a person who was an icon of the 80s. And of course, you know, with Hulk Hogan, part of the story, you got to tell the totality of it. Sure, the racial stuff is part of it, but just the bigger than life, just the, you know, there's a lot of wrestlers who were fairly well known, but this guy broke through popular media. And the reason they're doing all this is because of the Trump stuff with him. I mean, that's the bottom line. So it's fine to balance it. But let's talk about his ability as a wrestling character, entertainer. It's probably second to none. I don't know who I put up there for the theme song. I'm more of a Flair guy, I'd say. I think Flair stuff was more coming directly from him. But pretty good guy, but in the end, Hulk Hogan is the one that's known. All right, so we got all that going on. Shapiro being touted, he's being said by some liberal groups here, if he makes, remember Sister Souljah? Remember what his Sister Souljah moment was? Bill Clinton was a genius at this. He's running. He's at I think it was 92. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 92. He's at a Jesse Jackson event, and Sister Souljah is just a stone-cold racial baiter, racist. And he calls out Sister Souljah at the event. Thereby, he sensed it. Remember, that's Bill Clinton then, when he really knew what he was doing. He sensed it, and he identified himself as a different kind of Democrat, whether that's true or not. So Josh Shapiro now, they're saying, has a chance to be a different kind of He's not a different kind of Democrat. He's a progressive. While I was away, he still is going down. You know what he said? He said, we don't need extremist policies in Pennsylvania and you know what he was talking about? The trans issue. He thinks that it's extremist. And listen how carefully this guy and what he gets away with. He says, we don't need about men or boys playing against girls. We don't need extremists like Donald Trump and Doug Mastriano trying to pass extremist laws on this. Hey, buddy. Hey, media. You're in love with this guy. You're lazy, too. How about telling him it's 25 or 30 Republican women who play college sports that are the authors of the bill involving fairness in athletics. Notice what he and his minions do in the media. Extremists like Trump, Doug Mastriano. What's Doug Mastriano have to do with this? This is what this guy's about. So now they're calling it, instead of Sophie's choice, Shapiro's choice. Will he take the money and show his bravery? Can you imagine his bravery? Poor kids in these rotten big city schools that might be freed. The stuff that goes on. I mean, it's just, think of the Philadelphia public schools and freeing kids from that. What courage does it take to do that? I'm betting that he's not going to do it in the end. And I got that from the head of the Pennsylvania State Senate saying he answers to this guy Bradford, who used to come on the show. Hey, Matt, you used to come on the show. We had quite a few shootouts. Come back on and tell us. And after the show, we're going to be asking him, Henry, Matt Bradford out of Montgomery County, big mouth white guy from the suburbs, telling parents and their kids, you just got to go and suffer in these anti-Semitic ridden Philadelphia public schools, among other things. Yeah, you got to suffer there because we're with the teachers' unions. So what kind of Sophie's choice is this? And if Shapiro elects to take the money, they say, he's going to separate himself. He's going to take off like a rocket among Democrats for the presidency. All right, let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. And Drew, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew.
Hey, Don, thanks a lot. I hope you enjoyed your vacation, man.
Thank you, Drew. Yeah.
That's cool. That's
hey,
cool,
just
man.
One problem. Is it too much for a restaurant to stop with the mashed potatoes and have a baked potato? Is that too much to ask, Drew?
No, that is not too much at all, because a baked potato is like nostalgic. It's like Thanksgiving. It's like family,
I need to find out from restaurant people, is it just easier to make big vats of mashed potato? Well, we have choices of mashed potatoes. I just want a baked potato.
I don't think they want to waste the aluminum foil putting it around the baked potato, so.
Okay.
Hey, Don, man, you are so right. You're so right on about Mastriano. Shapiro portrays, him as like a non-entity. He almost has no respect for Mastriano. And if I recall correctly, didn't Shapiro actually pay for a mass mailing?
Yes, he did, to introduce everybody to Mastriano. Yes,
because he wanted him to run, because he knew it was a shoe. He was going to be a shoe, and then also Mastriano, Dom, I don't think he campaigned one time in southeastern Pennsylvania, the most populated part of the state.
No, he did go to one thing, the Fuge in Bucks County, but he didn't allow any media to cover it. And he really didn't allow people other than his own small band, Drew, to go into the event. It was unbelievable.
It was very weak. Yeah. So, hey, Dom, in the 80s, when I was in the military on my off time, I just sat in the barracks and watched MTV, the music videos, just all day long.
Wait a minute. You're in the military watching MTV? Yeah?
Well, in the dorm, the TV,
gotcha.
you were able to watch MTV. You know, that was the height. MTV and ESPN came out at the exact same time in 1980. So I appreciate it, Tom. Thank you, man.
Drew. I might say that I'll say this: that MTV may have been less damaging than ESPN has been to sports. By the way, happened to watch last night. And I'm not ashamed of it. I just had to see Happy Gilmore 2. And I would say it's not bad. The last 20 minutes are too long, and they get into just more outrageous stuff. But the idea, they had a little story going there. Do you want traditional golf or sports versus these nonsensical things? And Adam Sandler played the dark side of Happy Gilmore pretty well, I think.
Yeah, I thought it was a movie. It was one of the movies of all time.
Yeah.
I didn't think I didn't really care for the movie, to be honest with you. The only part I actually really liked was Scotty Scheffler. I thought he was hilarious, and he spent half the movie
and he's in jail.
In jail.
But how did they get Jack Nicklaus to take part?
Yeah.
I was shocked. Jack Nicklaus would lower himself to Happy Gilmore.
You want an Arnold Palmer? No, I'm Jack Nicklaus, but I'll take the drink. Thank you.
And Lee Trevino would do it. You know, he had that standard joke. You always say, "Oh, you're my best friend." Well, Lee, could you lend me $300,000? You know, he does that standard patter. And they had Fred Couples eating Cherry's Jubilee for some reason. Yes.
Loved it.
Yeah. Lori and Ringo's Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lori.
Hey, Tom.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, I have a submission for the 80s icon, but I did want to say, I listened to, not breaking news, but an interview Barry Weiss with Rahm Emanuel done recently. That guy's probably going to run.
Yes.
And I tell you what, he is... The way he handled her, even though they're old acquaintances, he's everything you think he is. And he talked a lot about education and kids and how that's so important. And interestingly, he tried to talk about what he did for kids in Chicago. And also she, took him to town about school choice and everything. He would not say a bad word against the teachers union. So all that stuff is still there, running deep and ready to rear its ugly head.
And he is usually, he's one of the smoother, because when he was asked about the trans thing, he said to Megyn Kelly, "No, you can't have boys against girls. Now I'm going to go into a witness protection program." I thought was a clever line. But if he can't bite on choice, Lori, I want kids to be freed, but in the greater good, I can almost hope that Josh Shapiro says no. And if there is not to free money that has nothing to do with the public schools, if we can't beat this guy, if he does that, then I don't know what Republicans are up to. But I think they're much more capable. Scott Presler thinks that, and Stacey Garrity would be a hell of a candidate. So who's your 80s icon?
It's Bill Murray. So if you look at the list of his movies that came out in the 80s, you've got Stripes, both Ghostbusters, Scrooged, and of course my favorite movie, a comedy of all time, because Rocky's my favorite drama, Caddyshack.
Yeah.
So most of my life with my kids is quoting stuff from Caddyshack.
Yeah, so, Bill Murray may have gone off the reservation, a bit handsy now after those films, I think.
He's great comedic guy, and I think on balance, to me, he's a guy that I don't think he's went in and dabbled a lot and proclaimed himself on politics. So I appreciate that.
He has not. Bill Murray is a great choice, yeah. And he seems like a good guy when he plays the Bing Crosby and all that with the galleries, etc. All right, so phone lines, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. CNN just announcing today, Democrats are breaking all-time records in unpopularity. You heard Chris Matthews. Wasn't that accurate with Trump? Whatever the downside, and every public figure is a downside, the strength parts and the ability to maneuver, to be tapped into these things. I mean, I think Bill Clinton had that in his prime, but Joe Biden, my God. Very few presidents, got to be a heck of a bubble that you have an opportunity to understand anything that's going on in the country. All right. 855-839-1210. Let's talk, though. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right. This season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. Now, that means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and so much more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up this summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you, and here's where you do it, res-q.com.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Camping World needs to get on board with Kale & Company. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
Come on, let's go, Skopinich. I give you all these ideas. I mean, one of them has to hit, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, that's part of it. I just want an extended break away from the wife and kids.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040. 800-408-4040.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. The great E.J. Antoni in the On Deck Circle, Heritage Foundation economist extraordinaire. What does the EU deal mean? And he tweets out repeatedly, well, when the Fed wins, Americans lose. You know, the creature from Jekyll Island, well, that's income tax, but the Fed is also part of this. How do they operate? How are they spending close to $3 billion just to renovate or come up with a new building? Hard to believe, all right? So we'll talk with him at 2:45. But Joe in Columbus is next on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Dom. Happy Monday, beginning of the week.
Thank you, Joe.
I got a question for you. Is a potato going to really make or break your meal?
Yes.
Any potato.
But it's, what in the world? I hate to go through the hoops. We ate out a lot there, Joe. Rowe again, just not listening now. And what is it with the mashed potatoes? You can't have a baked potato?
I would settle for a nice prime steak and some asparagus.
Okay. Yeah, I love asparagus. Yeah.
The potato, I mean, it's like to me, it's like coleslaw. It's there if you want it, but that's it.
Wait a minute. Don't talk badly about coleslaw. I could go for a plate of coleslaw right now during the show. Come on, Joe.
I'll take a potato salad over coleslaw any day.
Well, I like both. Yes, I'm partial to both. Yeah.
My entry today is, and I've described the heartache 6 ways this Sunday, so I'm not going to do that anymore. It's the way this guy came into prominence because, he went from being a mother lover and a neighborhood guy and a Jersey Shore guy to national prominence. And to this day, he hasn't lived it well. And that was Bruce Springsteen.
When was a point when Springsteen, in your mind, Joe, whether it had happened or not, because you really, really like him, and I get it, Dan's way out of line. He's a great performer. I mean, there's no doubt about it in my mind. When was the moment for me is when he was still doing the inequality stuff, and the daughter isn't doing dressage across Europe costing $1 million and stuff like that. You just can't be lecturing the rest of it. You got to stop it.
Dom, he started with just tearing up Ronald Reagan when we needed Ronald Reagan, and then the icing on the cake was not long after that was Born in the USA, when everybody was looking at his little tight butt on Dancing in the Dark in the jeans, and he hit the gym and his muscles came out because he always looked like an underfed starving artist up till that point.
Yeah, those are pretty good, Joe. You're on. So how many times have you seen Springsteen?
25.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, you're not in Christie. Now, Marianne, who I think you met at Mulligan's, I think she's in the 30s, easily.
Yeah.
That's tough.
And I stopped seeing him. I had to.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a matter of constitution. It was just a stomach turn.
Gotcha. Thank you, Joe. Well, I saw him when he did the 21-gun salute those days at the Spectrum, I guess it was then, was still Spectrum probably, for John Kerry. Just completely, all the donation, all the money, all the fanfare to John. I mean, come on. It's just, how do you come back from that? All right, EJ and Tony, a lot to find out about this EU deal, biggest trade deal ever. The energy, $750 million to America. And the Fed, he is next, and your calls, and Scott Presler at 2 on Talk Radio 1210.
This was viral. This went everywhere. The sandwich snatcher. Has this ever happened to you guys, by the way?
Not a sandwich, but I've lost French fries.
Yeah,
before.
French fries 100%, but not a full sandwich.
Like from your hand while you were eating it?
Well, from the cup. I think it's happened to me twice, actually, now that I reflect upon it. Also, a seagull once pooped on me, so I've got bad blood with the seagull community.
That seagull did the right thing.
Don't encourage them.
That seagull is my new favorite seagull. I wish I could beat that seagull. Shake his wing.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
This is the energy of space and sound. With 3 rows of premium seating, this is the 7-passenger Acura MDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule One delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule One. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai with code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Summer is here and the good old times are calling. Heat things up with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire. Cool down with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. And for the classic moments, there's always Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 Black Label. Right now, head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $3 off each of these summer favorites. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Big issues, big gas. Nobody better to sort out without getting into those. Although he's got a lot of charts up on his Twitter, if you want some of those. What's going on with something that affects all of our lives, affects the country? E.J. Antoni from the Heritage Foundation here on Talk Radio 1210. E.J., welcome back in. Thanks for joining us.
Dom, my pleasure. Thanks for having me back.
Well, the EU deal, did you sense this was coming? I thought Trump just went over there as an excuse to play Turnberry and showcase it to the world and maybe have his caddy perform some presidential lie fixing there. It was an executive order. But he delivered this big deal with the EU. What do you make of it?
Well, boy, did he deliver. Dom, this was the one deal, and actually, we've talked about this before. This was the deal that I thought was going to be the most difficult one to get done. The EU was supposed to be the hardest nut to crack, in part because it's not a single nation,
yes,
like is the case with, obviously with a nation like Japan or working with Canada or India, right? This is a block of nations, and you can never get them to agree on anything, let alone something as comprehensive as international trade. And yet the guy pulled it off. This is much more progress than even I was anticipating, and I have been one of the more optimistic folks when it comes to Trump's whole negotiating strategy. So I got to tip my hat to the guy. I was genuinely impressed. He pulled this one off.
Yeah, it seems like the EU's mission in life is just not to get anything done, even if some of these nations seem to agree to your point. The period of time into. So what is it we gain here?
The big thing, Dom, is access to those European consumer markets. And this is something we haven't had for 80 years, well, really more than 80 years. After World War II, we purposely allowed Europe to shut off a lot of their consumer markets to U.S. exporters because we were trying to get those nations to rebuild themselves, essentially. We didn't want West German manufacturing, for example, to have to compete with U.S. manufacturing, which was in a far superior position, largely because our cities hadn't been bombed to smithereens. So we left that post-war order in place for literally 8 decades, and Trump is now finally looking at that and saying, this isn't fair and it just doesn't make economic sense anymore. Let's fix this. Let's level the playing field. So that means a lot of these, whether they're tariff or non-tariff barriers, which includes things like quotas, like regulations that prevent American products from being able to be sold in Europe, a lot of those barriers are now going to go away. So we will be able to sell cars in Europe. We will be able to sell agricultural products in Europe. And I understand that technically we already were able to sell those things there. But if you look at all of the barriers to trade that are in place, you basically make those American products uncompetitive at any price. And so that's why you just don't have the same kind of demand for American products there that you do in other parts of the world.
We're told, though, and this seems more of an excuse based upon what you're saying, that they just don't like our cars. What do you make of that argument? You know, it's one thing now the barriers are gone, but they don't like American cars.
Well, again, you can't sell an American car there at a competitive price because of all of the trade barriers that exist. You know, it's kind of like how for many years you had certain brands of vehicles, essentially, that they didn't sell well in the United States, even though they were, arguably a superior product. And the reason for that was because of all of the trade barriers that made it difficult in getting those cars into the United States. And then over the decades, as we got different trade agreements in place that made it easier to import those cars, that really did a number on the American automotive industry, but for good reason. The American automotive industry was very oftentimes producing an inferior product in years past. I'm not saying that's the case today, but that was certainly the case in yesteryear.
EJ Antoni with us. EJ, I follow you on Twitter, of course, every day, and something I've gleaned here, one of the things you put up, when the Fed wins, America loses, or when the Fed loses, America wins, I think you said. Why? What is it about the Fed that is such disrepute to EJ Antoni?
Well, I would say it's largely the fact that they always get everything wrong. I mean, what more do you need than that, Dom, right?
Yeah.
But what I was really getting at there, though, and the video I was responding to, another great follow on Twitter, by the way, Peter St. Onge, a brilliant economics professor. Don't hold the professor thing against him. Really, really good, brilliant guy. But what I was responding to there that he was talking about was the fact that the way the Fed essentially operates today is not in the American people's best interest. Instead, it operates in the interest of a small group of special interests. And the result of that is whenever the Fed succeeds in benefiting that small group of individuals, it ends up hurting everybody else. And so the opposite is true. When the Fed does not help those individuals, it ends up helping the broader economy. It ends up helping the American people more broadly. Ask yourself, Dom, who has really benefited from the violent changes in inflation rates and in interest rates? It hasn't been the American people. It's not young people who can't afford a home today, where the homes are not only priced very high, but the interest rates on mortgages are also relatively high. It's not them. Instead, it's the big financial firms that have a stake in the Fed. It's firms like BlackRock who were able to buy up all of this housing that individuals normally would have bought. And now BlackRock just turns around and is renting those homes to people who will now never have a chance to own a home. They're just going to rent for the rest of their life.
EJ, does this at all with Trump, does he consider, all right, with Powell, we see the personal antagonism also. Rand Paul again, why don't we audit the Fed? What would we find? Why is that so out of bounds?
Oh, I don't think it's out of bounds at all, actually, Dom. And you know what? One of the big things that I would love to find out that we can't get information on with the Fed is where are all of the interest payments going to foreign individuals and to foreign financial institutions? The Fed under Jerome Powell has created this very bizarre system where they are, through different mechanisms, paying financial institutions interest every single day, hundreds of millions of dollars. Right now it's between $400 and $500 million a day. They're paying those institutions to keep money just parked at the Fed. It's essentially like they're making a loan to the Fed, and the Fed pays them interest on it. Here's the crazy thing is, a lot of those financial institutions, Dom, they're not even American. They're foreign firms, and we can't get access to the information that tells us who exactly is the Fed paying hundreds of millions of dollars to every day. I think that's a great reason to audit the Fed.
Yeah, I would think it would be on President Trump's to-do list, given some of the other bold action that he's taken. So Scott Bessent is meeting with the Chinese, I believe, in Europe, EJ. For my money, I like Radcliffe a lot. I had him on once, CIA director, way back. But Bessent, to me, is the star of the cabinet. What do we hope to do with the Chinese?
Keep exerting more and more pressure. And I think the best way to do that, Dom, is actually not even in the direct conversations you have with the Chinese. It's not even in the direct dealing with the Chinese. It's the indirect. In other words, the best way to put pressure on China is to get all of these deals done with our other major trading partners and with China's main trading partners. Because when you can do things like isolate China from the EU, that removes the second biggest market that China has for dumping subsidized products. Of course, we're the number one market. And Europe has been very, very upset with China for the way in which China has been taking stuff that normally would have been dumped here in the U.S. and has been dumping it in Europe instead. That's undercutting the producers, whether they're manufactured goods or agricultural products. It's undercutting the producers in Europe. And that could have been a big reason why the European Union was a little quick to make this deal with Trump. They're getting teed off at the Chinese.
EJ, with respect and joy we have when you come on, it's not even a question. Just throw it to you. What's on your mind these days, imminent, coming up? Or what are you thinking about in economic terms that you think is interesting? An Antony nugget is what we'd like to hear.
Well, a big thing that I'm looking at, Dom, is not necessarily the big headline numbers that we get. I'm looking at private sector indicators. I'm not so concerned, for example, about what does GDP do, although I do think we're going to get a decent second quarter GDP number, but I'm concerned about the private sector GDP. Get rid of government. Let's look at, are consumers able to buy more? Are businesses investing more? Those are the kinds of things I'm really looking at. And just one highlight, something that we've talked about before, is that the average American's weekly paycheck went down under Biden after you adjusted it for inflation. That's why people were so upset. It's not that they weren't getting paid more. On average, they were, but they were spending more to get less, and they were going into debt. So I am laser focused on, are those paychecks not only getting bigger, but are they buying more? So far under Trump, they're buying about 1% more. So we're clawing our way out of the hole. If you look at not the average, but the median paycheck, it's actually done even better. The median paycheck today buys more than it has since the last time Trump was in office. So we've made even more progress if you look at not just the average, but the median.
I'm writing that down because that is a great barometer. And EJ, I was a cynic thinking, it's going to take a long time for the American public to see what Biden was up to. The grocery store, the sticker shock, they are not economists, but they looked at that and said, no. And then they look at their paycheck. They may not have said take-home pay, real pay or something like that. But they just went, no, this guy, you got to be kidding me. Look at what this cost. And each one of us had an individual item. And thank God, people picked up on it pretty quickly. It wasn't just before the election. It was a year and a half, 2 years out. They said, no, this is completely, I don't know if it was eggs or what. Was there a particular product with you that you focused on when you looked at it and said, that can't be?
The big thing for me, Dom, was actually housing, which when you consider that is such a huge portion of the typical family's monthly budget, it's for most of us, it is the biggest single item in the monthly budget. And when you look at what happened to the monthly mortgage payment for a median price home, just a median, we're not talking about a mansion, the median price home, the monthly mortgage payment on that home doubled between when Biden took office and when he left office. In fact, it doubled in less time than that. It just stayed very high for the last year and a half or so of his administration. So only about 2, maybe 2.5 years in, he managed to double the cost of home ownership in this country. And for a lot of folks who were either, in the early stages of trying to buy a home, or maybe they were about to buy a home, to have such a huge purchase, such a milestone in the American dream, get taken so far out of your reach, I really think that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Well, it wasn't really a straw, considering how big it was, but I think that was the big thing for a lot of folks, where they, to your point, Dom, said, no, we know what's going on, and it ain't good.
Absolutely. EJ, where do we find you?
Best places on Twitter or X, whatever we call it these days. The handle there is @RealEJAntoni.
Thank you, EJ, very much. Thanks for joining us, as always.
Thank you, Dom.
All right, thank you, Henry. EJ Antoni, quick turnaround with this when we saw the EU deal yesterday. Nobody better that can put this in perspective, is balanced about it, and see, the wreckage of Biden, what that man did. And I still go back to these people coming in, the John Meachams of the world, telling him, go big, you're going to be LBJ, you're going to be FDR. And look at the misery he created. But a rebate check from Trump, I don't see that as the same thing that Biden's doing. This for people that are paying taxes. There's a surplus here. Pay down the debt. You know what? Let people have their own money. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, big 1 o'clock hour. And Scott Presler has got a lot of news about Pennsylvania coming up at 2 o'clock here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Camping World needs to get on board with Kale and Company. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
Come on, let's go, Skopinich. I give you all these ideas. One of them has to hit, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, that's part of it. I just wanted an extended break away from the wife and kids.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, an issue that even the great chameleon... Well, first of all, let me give you another tell that I think Stacey Garrity is going to run for governor, and Democrats are a bit afraid of this. The Democrats put out this attack on the big, beautiful bill, and in there, they claim that Stacey Garrity voted for it. They said, you can't make this stuff up. We're accurate. We check everything. She's a treasurer in Harrisburg. How did she vote for the big, beautiful bill? It shows you they are relentless, and a lot of this is Shapiro driven. You know, Shapiro didn't care at all about Mastriano. He spent millions of dollars to introduce Doug Mastriano so that people would have him on the radar screen to help him be the nominee. Here, they're trying to put Stacey Garrity. This is a well-funded organization. Pennsylvania Democrats do better. Well, you really can't. I really don't want you to do better, so I can't. I'll say that tongue-in-cheek. They put her in the weekly roundup. Did you know that Stacey Garrity voted for the big, beautiful bill? Not a member of Congress, not a senator, not a congressperson, the state treasurer in Harrisburg. Just another indicator of where this is going. And again, with Garrity, if she runs, we got a good shot. There's a lot of upside there, and we stop the other guy. It's almost as if they created Doug Mastriano to sink us. He will change the midterms. That's how bad he is. He'll take away 3 out of 4, 4 out of 4 of the Republican seats. That's how badly he lost by 15 points the last time. I would take that bet right now if you want to bet a pizza. If Doug Mastriano's the nominee, he loses by worse than 15 points. I'd probably bet 2 pizzas to 1 on that. Okay, a couple of other things. Here is a school board member, and this is the issue. Even the great Shapiro couldn't contain himself last week. It was after I was on the first 2 days last week. Otherwise, I would have talked about it a lot. Shapiro said that I'm not going to let extremists like Donald Trump and Doug Mastriano try to stop trans kids from playing sports. Wow. Doug Mastriano, he throws in. Here's a school board member in Temecula Valley United School District in California. And this is how crazy they are. This guy really thinks he's come up with something here to box us in when females don't want to get dressed with a male, either in the locker room because they're playing sports or something else where that might happen. He wants them to get a tag as a mental health exemption. In other words, to say they're mentally disturbed, and that's why they don't want to do this. Will you then get that label, picture that on your records, a mental health exemption, meaning I have a mental health issue. That's why I don't want males in my locker room. Listen to this.
Temecula's new
parental notification policy is a scam. Melinda and Emil have been active on social media dressing up this policy as a win for parental rights, a win for girls' rights, when in fact, they are gaslighting parents and these girls. Nice smile, Emil. People don't feel as comfortable as you might bending the truth. Not everybody in this district is religious, and they don't want to lie and claim a religious exemption because girls should be free to change in their own safe spaces, free from biological boys. Their other alternative? Shaming the girls into filing a mental health exemption that would jeopardize their future security clearances and their careers for life. Melinda, you asked via social media for a better alternative, and a common sense solution was provided. If a biological boy does not feel comfortable changing in a boy safe space, he should seek a mental health accommodation, and he should not be allowed willy-nilly, pun intended, to occupy a girl's space. Emil, when you ran for your seat, you hitched your wagon to Wiersma and Komrosky for the win, and I know this. What? I know this because
Who's
even though I live 3,000 miles away, you contacted me. You contacted me for advice, for help on your campaign. I've got the text messages, the emails, everything to prove it. You promised to keep students safe. What you said, without safety, we cannot have effective learning. Why does that not apply to biological girls, their safe spaces, and their sports? Emil, can you answer me that? You said we need to keep the divisive ideologies out of schools, and I'll make sure to put the activist tenured teachers on notice. Your exact words. What happened? Why did you flip-flop? You hoodwinked me, but worse, you hoodwinked your constituents, the ones whose daughters you're not protecting. This policy alienates and discriminates against half of this district's students. You need to do much better.
All right, so you have to get a religious exemption, so you might have to lie on that, or you have to get a mental health exemption. In other words, you have a mental issue, and that's why you don't want to be changing or having males change in the female locker room and the rest of it. Now watch for this. Watch one of these harebrained school districts around here, I don't know, Central Bucks or one of them, to come up with stuff like this. Why are they continuing to do it? We've talked about this many times. Why is Josh Shapiro jumping into the ring doing that? He's made the calculation that that's the only way you can get the Democrat nomination. And he's going to continue to go down that path. He'll hedge, he'll dodge, he'll do all that. But at heart, that's what he's saying. Imagine you have to get a mental health exemption, saying something's wrong. And she's right. That would probably challenge a clearance and other things in jobs. They'll see that on your record. Oh, you had a mental health problem here. Yeah, I didn't want a male walking around like Leah Thomas in front of me. Again, let them continue to do it. We're winning. I'm looking at a story today. Headline, the death of trans clinics for kids is a huge victory, but decisive congressional action is needed for long-term change. The executive order will pass, a Democrat will get in there, but they talk about the number of children's hospitals, Boston's Children's Hospital, the one in Texas, Colorado, the biggie, the Children's Hospital of LA. So once again, I'll just put it up there like a giant talk radio billboard. You know how Ro and I have talked over the years. I can't speak for her on this, but I think she agrees. Luke was in there, meningitis. We've talked about that, and I saw the care of Children's Hospital in Philadelphia, but I cannot, they are the holdout. They are continuing to go down this path. They will not give it up. I don't know if it's the consensus of people at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia or it's the activists, I've seen this before, who bully people. They're in positions of power. They are completely shameless in this, and they're toughing it out because they have enough contributors, I guess. They have enough of the pedigree of Children's Hospital. Well, it's my job to chip away, because anybody that continues to do this so-called gender-affirming care with youngish, minor kids, you're the adversary. I don't care what else Children's Hospital does. You're on the wrong side of it. It says something wrong Why do these other children's, well, they'll tell you they're not going to bend the knee. They have the science. Children's hospitals should be celebrated that they're continuing to do this. But a mental health exemption that you'd have to get, your daughter would have to get, because they don't want to engage in. Dan, a quick question there. Riley Gaines, over the years, the first time you had more conversations off air with her, whatever. What does she think about all this? Do you have a sense? Does she agree with me, or is it slightly different? She's the best we have at going after this.
I think she's just very much in favor of protecting girls in sports. You know, whatever it comes down to and whatever it takes. And so I think she would probably fall right in line there, Dom.
Yeah, I mean, asking why do they continue to do this? And the answer is some of them believe in it. Some of them are afraid of trans activists. Some of them think that issue is something you have to go along with to advance in the Democrat Party, like Josh Shapiro. He came out firing last week. Of course, he neglected, and the media doesn't hold the guy to this, that the people trying to pass this bill in Harrisburg are women who played college sports, like 20, 30 of them. Not Doug Mastriano, not Donald Trump. Like Trump knows what the hell's going on here in the Pennsylvania legislature. No. But he's made that calculation. I just heard from my editor over the Delaware Valley Journal. They have a big piece tomorrow on what's going into his calculation about whether to take that free money to have students get out of these rotten schools from the big, beautiful bill or not do it. It seems to me, though, the other side is scared to death of Stacey Garrity. They know other than Garrity, you're not going to beat Shapiro with the Republican alternatives. I couldn't even tell you. I don't think Muser could have beaten him. Garrity, female, military, treasurer, great work, and rural Pennsylvania. Okay? They put her in their weekly list to go after her as voting for the big, beautiful bill. And these are supposed to be professionals, and they're touting accurate information. Can you imagine Garrity wants to be your governor and she voted against you by voting for this? That's a tell. That's where we are. So this is going to be an exciting race. And more than any figure that I've seen, in Pennsylvania at least, I cannot tell you how in the tank the media, they can't get enough of Josh Shapiro. They just can't get enough of this guy. Based on what? I mean, I've had him out over the years with him. Even once had an auction at a zoo over in Norristown. Tell that story.
I honestly think they're just scared of the internet.
Yeah, true. But I mean, that's where the trans
people are.
They're overvaluing. But Dan, I would say the trans.
I want to know more about the zoo. I don't mean to interrupt you there.
Oh, the zoo. Yeah, but the trans activist. Well, Ro always chides me. No, you would not say that. It was her friend. It was an auction, I told you, right? He comes in. I wish I could remember the exact remark. You know, I thought he was the commissioner then, just to do a wave and all. He decides to fire away at me about conservatism.
Wait, who does?
Josh Shapiro. And my response is, hey,
that.
Josh, I didn't even know you were there. You're so short, I couldn't even see you. I would go right to the short thing with this guy. I know he hates that. What is his exact height? Oh, that's childish. You can't be doing that. No, it's all fair here. I'm minding my own business for Ro and her friend doing an auction at the Norristown Zoo. God. So I know what Josh Shapiro is about.
I just, and from a strategy perspective, it comes down to, you go on Reddit, Dom,
Yes.
if there's any suggestion of anything that might be slightly anti-trans, you get piled on, shunned away.
Okay.
And I think that's
right.
for all social media right now. There's some kind of underlying theme where the minority is ruling the majority in the Democratic Party. And to your point, they're just completely letting the rights of one outweigh the rights of many, being girls playing sports. And
I think they're overvaluing. You know, there are issues where, I'll give you one, and we've talked about this, not having to wear a helmet when you're riding a motorcycle, right? In Pennsylvania, it was a big deal. The only people that know how you voted on that are the people that want to ride a motorcycle without a helmet. Really. And these politicians get away with trying to please them, and they make votes that I don't think are correct. On this one, though, Dan, they're reading it wrong. They think the people that are going to really follow this are the trans people, activists, or the Reddit crowd. Why did Trump spend $40 million on this? Because he knows, but the polling indicates, this moves voters. They care about this. And telling a girl she's got to get a mental health exemption, saying she has a mental issue, is just amazing to me. I'd love to see this guy, Emil. That'd be the guest of the year, this Emil Barkamp guy.
Oh, he's so smug.
Oh, is he? Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Well, I saw it. Yeah, but the woman went after him. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us. Dan, we didn't get yours. I had big hair. Henry was going to do big hair, and he had another good one. And Madonna, something that was iconic with the 80s or an iconic person. How about you?
I'll take both off the board. How about an iconic person that was iconic for something in the 80s, a character? How about Lloyd Kaufman, Dom? I think you're familiar with him, of Tromaville and such. The guy that really launched or popularized the whole trend of B movies and such. He had The Toxic Avenger back in the 80s.
Okay.
And Tromeo and Juliet. But the guy was a really strong contributor to the film industry. Actually, one of Lloyd Kaufman's presses was used by the editors for Rocky when they did the Rocky film. So a guy that was really tied in with the 80s, The Toxic Avenger. And then I'll bring you into a discussion, a debate we were having back here, because I was going to throw out one because I think it was interlaced with the 80s as a news story, and it's definitely not a positive story. But I think when I think 80s, one of the first things that comes to my head is the AIDS epidemic.
Oh, yeah, of course. Rock Hudson.
But Henry would argue that was the 90s.
Okay. Let's get the arbitration.
As someone who was alive for neither decade.
No, it was the 80s. Ronald Reagan was president.
Yeah, because you had like Freddie Mercury and all that was kind of like underlying, right? No one actually knew.
Even more so. Now, I'm not sure if it was in the 80s that Magic Johnson.
That was 91.
Oh, 91.
Yeah.
Okay. But it was Rock Hudson. And it was like, who knew Rock Hudson was gay? What the hell's going on? And Ronald Reagan knew Rock Hudson, Hollywood, the whole thing and all. Rock Hudson, and when you saw Rock Hudson, it was like, what? That was the moment. I mean, Magic Johnson was even more so.
So really broiling
it was
in
80s.
the 80s.
I would say it was on the watch of Ronald Reagan. Yeah.
Nice.
AIDS, though, yeah, that would have been
nice.
Yeah.
My AIDS answer fit the category.
Yeah, Dan won that one, yes. Or you won that one. It was 80s. All right. 855-839-1210. Get in. Get your name into the hat. And also your sense of, can you imagine? Watch for this. Watch for these school boards now. Okay, young lady, you're mentally ill then. If you'll say that, then you don't have to change with boys. 855-839-1210.
Walter Sterling.
A woman walking with her dog spotted what appeared to be a headless body of a woman washed up on the sand. Police arrived on the scene and discovered the apparent corpse was actually a realistic adult toy.
This is a plague throughout the world. Random blow-up dolls tossed away casually into public waterways.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up? And the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE. From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is downtime, 855-839-1210. By the way, the commie running in New York, not sure if he's back from Uganda from a wedding, his wedding. I think it was 3 days. Say, Mercedes Marxists. You know, it's bad enough to have communists that are middle class, but often these are guys that have been insulated from life, so they want to go down this path. And the people that want to vote, we've been through this before. Why does communism, Marxism, socialism, the polite term, why does it occasionally spur up in what we're seeing happen in New York? Because it's exciting. It seems like people don't realize the history of this, the misery caused by it. They think it's going to strike back at something or somebody that's keeping them in a city where they can't afford it. And it is unaffordable. I mean, I just don't know. Dan, you've worked in a lot of restaurants, by the way. I have something on my mind I have to settle. You were in the other room. Henry, I don't think has. Why the heck in Wildwood is it always mashed potatoes? Why can't you get a baked potato? What is it the restaurant doing with that?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
A lot of short places, though, and a lot of resort places, the mashed and always has the skin on it still, too.
I didn't see the skin on this, but they say we got several varieties.
Oh, then you're
of the
getting the
mashed
crap.
potato.
They're probably just buying the Bob Evans off the shop right. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe it's that. Yeah.
What's going on there?
I just picture big vats with somebody in the back room with a big handle stirring it.
The mashed potato.
I'd imagine it's not too far off from that.
Yeah. And then they offer French fries as a choice. And if you're a waitress, don't say.
Where do you go whether you're?
What do you? Don't say. What do you want for your starch? Come on now. It's just not appropriate.
What would you phrase it as?
Well, you don't say starch, Henry. I mean, come on.
Why not? That's what it is.
But it's supposed to be the ambiance of a restaurant. I want to know what's going on in the back room. All right, that's 2 starches. Yeah.
It's a good question, though. Like, if you want to differentiate between rice or potatoes, you know,
Right.
or if you want to have a side of
Oh,
pasta.
I see. Okay, yeah.
What's your starch?
Yeah, but
versus what's your veggie?
The inability to, or you know, I just wanted broiled crab cakes. Nope, they only fried them. Is that hard to broil
They not
them or
have
to
an
bake
oven?
them?
They just,
Right.
Yeah.
No, we're not going back there. I mean, it's just they don't want to accommodate anything. it seems
That's
like.
their
Yeah.
recipe.
Yeah,
Their recipe is to fry it. I understand that. It's my way or the highway. It's my restaurant.
There you go. That's right.
You know why you
Yeah.
fry is to disguise all the filler.
There you go.
Oh,
That might be the case, but you know what?
That's it. Thank
Tastes great
you.
when it comes out.
That breaks that. I need
No,
more.
Seriously, that's what restaurants do
Yeah.
to disguise that they're going to cheap out and use breadcrumbs rather than crab itself.
And again, several restaurants we go to that, you know, Dan, are very popular at the shore. So I realize there's going to be, you got to put up with a little bit. But my God, You know, it's just.
So I love it was the mashed potatoes, though. That was the thing that sent you over.
Oh, yeah. I hate mashed potatoes. You know why? It reminds me of King of Peace grade school. They had government food, and you got mashed potatoes, and the other food was even more objectionable, and I would just hide that food in and say, I ate that. I don't want to eat the potatoes. Can I go outside?
Did you at least get the sauce with the mashed potatoes?
It was gravy.
No,
or was it?
Sauce.
The sauce. Well, it was brown gravy. There's a difference. But if you're in the restaurant industry, particularly, do you think the shore might be worse than some places? Because
get out of here. No, the Shore
No?
has some of the best restaurants.
No, I meant, though, as far as we
have such a trash local.
Yeah, that they
scene
know
here.
that
Well,
they
Philadelphia is good.
that they are. The other thing, too, I'm looking at wine by the glass. You know, I go to bring your own bottles, but we might go to a place on Monday, anniversary, and it's half price on Mondays.
Ooh.
Yeah, but it's $16 a glass.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
What the heck?
Kirk on YouTube's pretty upset, Dom. Who doesn't like mashed potatoes?
Another constituency.
Well,
they're just.
I just don't understand the commotion for a baked potato. It's maybe the worst version of a potato that you could get anywhere.
Oh, I highly disagree.
I highly disagree with that, too.
What's the point?
A loaded baked potato, there's nothing.
Whoa, no. We're not talking about loaded baked.
I don't have any
We're talking
loaded.
about
I hate
baked
the
potato.
loaded.
Ew, what do you do?
are
Just butter and salt?
I don't put anything on it.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
That's heinous. All right, with the end.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
So what's your?
Hold on.
Yeah.
We got to emphasize. So you're just taking a dry potato and
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
digging your fork in?
Yeah, just digging a fork into a nice baked potato. Yeah.
So disgusting.
All right, 855-839-1210.
No salt? No pepper?
Maybe a little bit of
A little
pepper.
sour cream? Anything?
No, that's,
Hold on. So you're going pepper over the salt too?
Yeah, pepper. Pepper is a healthful condiment. Salt is not. We all know that. All right. Come on. David in Lexington,
I'm so
South
disappointed.
Carolina.
I really
I bet in Lexington you can get a baked potato, David.
Absolutely, Dom. And I'll tell you how funny. We got a restaurant here that's what we call meat and three, where you pick your one meat and your three sides. And I kid you not, go look at it. Under the vegetables, they've got macaroni and cheese listed as a vegetable.
Well, Ronald, they must have remember when Ronald Reagan, there was that thing with ketchup as a vegetable, and I think is sort of real. You got to face up to it, yeah.
Absolutely. But, yeah, you would love it down here. We fry everything, and, yeah, it's all good. But I'm with you on the baked potato. I'd rather have baked potato than mashed potatoes. But
yeah, but dry, David? Like, no condiments? So like, if we're talking about priorities here, mashed potatoes, I think a loaded mashed is pretty good, but a loaded baked's better than the loaded mashed, right? But a dry mashed is definitely better than a dry baked. You can agree, right?
Oh, I agree with that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell
Yeah.
I'm thinking over here.
I can't finish the show thinking of these mashed potatoes. But David, what do you have today?
I'm going to go with the Valley Girl lingo from the 80s.
Yes, I'm trying to think of who was the prime
I don't know what you're
person
talking
of
about.
that. Yeah, and it's not. You still hear it. You still hear it a bit.
Vocal fry and
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right, David, that is a good one. Yep. I like whoever Henry or Dan came up with AIDS though as the iconic thing, and as far as an override, it was the 80s. I want to say maybe 84, 85, 86 when Ronald Reagan finally addressed it. Yeah, without a doubt.
And I want to emphasize that my excitement was in being
No,
right.
right.
And not
Yeah.
the age.
No.
Okay.
No.
Just,
All right.
Newman Price says Dom eats his dry plain potato while wearing his denim tracksuit. Is he running jeans too?
No, it was too hot down the shore. I have special jogging outfits out down the shore. All right. By the way, Dr. Bent's wear today, the black shirt. I have to have several of those. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. All right. I think the Hulk Hogan, the suddenness of it, Ozzy, people knew. Well, the suddenness of Malcolm Jamal Warner, too. But Hulk Hogan, just right out of the Dan, I wasn't here, and I don't know Henry's don't sense any wrestling thing. You would put Hulk Hogan as the greatest character, meaning I would say Ric Flair as more lacking the pyrotechnics, but I like what Flair did better than Hogan.
I think Hogan elevated on a much grander stage than Flair.
Yeah, true.
I think Flair was definitely the revolutionary, where he came. Nature Boy Buddy Rogers, who kind of started with the whole a big robe that had all the excitement on it, and that Nature Boy moniker was then taken by Ric Flair, and he really took that and ran with that in the '80s, early '80s. But then you had the guy burst onto the scene, Hulk Hogan, mid '80s, late '80s, that really took over, and it became the era of the big, I guess, with I don't want to say the steroid era, but it really was where Hulk Hogan was fighting Andre the Giant, and the bigger the better, and the larger than life burst into the world of pop culture that we saw with wrestling would not have happened if it weren't for Hulk Hogan. So you can thank Ric Flair for the theatrics that come with wrestling, but the popularity that wrestling became and the whole intertwining of pop culture, that's all credit to Hulk Hogan. And he reinvented himself over and over again. And in the realm of wrestling itself, he was the main force behind what became the Monday Night Wars, the war between WWF and WCW, which exploded the industry even more. And the guy deserves a ton of respect. And I just want to take a moment to say it's been remarkably disappointing because I spend way too much time on Reddit. I'm often open about that. But there's been a rush to discredit the guy and just call him the worst things. And it really, a lot of it is tied to past comments he's made. There's no doubt about it. But a lot of it's tied to his familiarity and welcoming of Donald Trump and the recent MAGA kind of angle he's taken. And
that's the reason why.
It's so sad to see a legend kind of have.
If he didn't do that, the racial horrible stuff he said would not be 80%.
I want to underline. I mean, New Jack was a guy that died. He was an ECW guy. He stabbed someone in the ring. Not a good person. In and out of jail. Much better legacy remembered than we're seeing here with Hulk Hogan. So it's just sad and disappointing that politics are coming in and sullying the lore of what should be a legendary individual.
Well, I would say you can judge a news source like Wall Street Journal or New York Times or whatever by the obituaries. And if you can imagine, I'm sure they're probably going through 10 rewrites of the Trump obituary, and they want to lead with the loss in 2020. But how can you? Isn't the story more the comeback? All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. We'll get to you. Hey, get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, you don't want to miss out. Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you at res-q.com.
Rich Zioli.
Former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper.
Well, I'll lawyer up, I suppose. Already have.
So I don't really feel sorry for these people that they have to lawyer up, considering how many people in the Trump world had to lawyer up, including the president himself, who was literally prosecuted in multiple jurisdictions. And ultimately, if Clapper's arrested and if he's indicted and if there's a trial, it'll be up to a jury to decide whether or not he's guilty of these things.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. so you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, the Fed will decide this week, Dom Giordano's show, on an interest rate cut. Oh, man, if they don't cut interest rates this time, President Trump and Powell, and we had E.J. Antonio on, who I think feels the same way. Mike Cavallero. Mike, thank you very much. He said, yeah, I thought I was the only one, a purist, just the plain baked potato. Why is that so difficult to do?
That's what the one guy in the world that does that finds
Purist.
The purist.
It's a peasant food. That's not a purist food. It's peasant food at that point.
It's disgusting.
All right, Robert and Ben Salem, Talk Radio.
Robert, clear the air. Are you eating plain baked potatoes with nothing else on
Robert,
them?
welcome in. You're not a mashed potato guy, are you?
I'm Irish, Dom. I love all potatoes. Okay.
Well, that's true,
But my favorite is the twice baked potato, and plain potatoes are no good, but they are important for your starch.
Thank you.
But
not the starch.
I'm glad Dan's there because he's going to be interested in this. Hulk Hogan's first nemesis was Big John Studd. I don't know if you guys remember him. He was 6'10", 365 pounds. And they had a very good rivalry going. But I found out that Big John Studd was trained by Killer Kowalski, and I know Dom remembers that.
Oh, sure. Yeah, but my favorite, if Jim Kelly were here, is the Macho Man when Jim does him with Hulk Hogan.
All-time great Pollock there, Robert.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, yes, that's true. But here's another fun fact. Big John Studd, he only lived to 47, but he was born in Butler, Pennsylvania, Dom. I swear, the coincidences you find when you're doing a little research is absolutely astounding. But for my answer to the side question, I'm not a fan, didn't like the guy, but I have to say that he was probably the biggest face globally in the 80s, and that would be Michael Jackson.
Yes, arguably the most famous person of the, and I think most of it, I don't remember anything in the 70s. Yeah,
he kind of put MTV. He kind of put MTV on the map back when they were playing music videos.
Absolutely. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, I guess the Michael Jackson moment is when he was holding whichever is it Paris
blanket, I think.
Yeah, holding it over. Oh my God! Even then, the sycophants trying to say, you're not seeing that and all that was a pretty big moment.
I think that's like one of the maybe 2 or 3 people in my lifetime is that when they died, like everyone kind of stopped and was like, oh my gosh, this guy died. Like, so yeah, he is the 80s in my opinion. It's a great answer.
Yeah, that is a great answer. All right.
Can I bring up one more little factoid about wrestling I learned during the break? Buddy Rogers, Nature Boy, we had a conversation about the excitement around wrestling and the personalities. Born to German immigrants, actually took up wrestling at the age of 9 at a local YMCA. Where, Dom? Camden, New Jersey. Camden YMCA Wrestling League. I didn't realize he was actually born and raised right across the bridge.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Dan, you were in with Dawn, but 2 things over the weekend. One, Ro and I went to dinner at one of our favorite places, La Cucina. Joey M. He was over at Mulligan's.
Great spot.
And they're bringing Tony Orlando
Hey!
and that's Joe Sibilia to town on August 29th.
And Dawn?
I don't know about Dawn, but there's a shot. I'm pretty sure he's going to call in. I think we'll be at Mulligan's.
No, we're going to call for Tony? Are you kidding me?
But even more, he might be able to make it there.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
yeah. Oh, yes. So, behind the scenes.
That is incredibly... Can we get some tie a yellow ribbon, Henry?
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah.
And apparently,
I'm serious. I love
Tony
that
Orlando started his career at the age of 15 in the Rainbow Room in Wildwood, which is notorious and famous.
Did he really?
Yeah. That's what
Wow.
Joey told me. So good stuff from him.
Is he going to perform?
Well,
that asking too much?
I would have sent you over to ask him, Dom, how he is, and you could say, oh, sure, I'll sing whatever Dom wants. Then we'll, yeah.
I love
Apparently, he is a big Cops guy. We almost had him for 7 Fishes one year. Wildwood is honoring him. It's Tony Orlando Day on August 30th.
You know who might not be able to control themselves, so we invited them down to meet him?
Who's that?
Joe Sibilia.
That's right. I remember that.
Remember
Joe
that?
was
he
the
was obsessed
extra
with
star.
Tony Orlando.
And the other one I'm working on is Carlo from The Godfather, which you haven't seen, but Henry recognizes him. And this woman who's setting it up gave me his book, and he claims to have slept with Marilyn Monroe when he was 16. I'm going to have to be a tough interview on that question.
That is, that's a crazy.
And
crazy
in there, it's Marlon Brando who's upset because Brando plays the Godfather, and this guy plays Carlo in Godfather.
I didn't realize it was when he was 16. I would have thought it'd been post Godfather fame, but I guess it would have been too late.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Now, Marilyn Monroe may have been a lot of guys. It may have been astounding numbers. So, but this guy, Marilyn Monroe, at 16, when Marilyn Monroe is with John Kennedy and Marlon Brando, I don't know. All right. So, all in the future. Coming up, Pastor Bill Devlin sent this to me, snagged this one. It's about the Archbishop in Philadelphia, what he's speaking out on and what he's not speaking out on. All straight ahead, Scott Presler at 2 here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Camping World needs to get on board with Kale and Company. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
Come on, let's go, Skopinich. I give you all these ideas. I mean, one of them has to hit, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, that's part of it. I just wanted an extended break away from the wife and kids.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you haven't gotten away yet this year, don't miss making those amazing family memories. Family memories are everything, and there's still time to book a getaway at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. And they have several special packages to make your getaway even grander. If you hurry, you can still book a stay this summer. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. Don't forget that. Book a Grand Escape weekend this fall. Earn resort credits and enjoy the beautiful beaches in Cape May with fewer crowds. Or make it a September to remember and book a September stay. Still earn resort credits and save 10% off room rates. Check out their website for details. Remember, book direct with them for the best rates and those resort credits. And the Grand is the perfect place to host a wedding, baby or bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They will help you make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings, and she'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. GrandHotelCapeMay.com. Book your getaway today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Tony, this is for you. Your old pal Joe Sibilia. I'm coming home, I've done my time. And I've got to know what is and isn't mine. If you received my letter telling you I'll soon be free, then you'll know just what to do if you still want me.
We give him a lot of time on this show,
If you still want me.
All-time great producer, Joe Sibilia. The red hair, the shock of this giant red hair there. Yeah, I do hope to get him on at Mulligan's, at least by phone, but then I'm working. You know, he lands at 1:30. There's no reason he can't be at Mulligan's by 3 o'clock.
We're talking Tony Orlando, not Joseph Sibilia.
Yeah, Tony Orlando. A special police escort. Come on, John McGrody and the FOP. You can arrange
Henry, can you feed this down real quick?
Yeah.
I got. So this is we were actually saying, and it's kind of cool. This is 2019, Dom. You and Joe Sibilia going back and forth. Take a listen. Hole for me.
What if I could just get him on the phone? No, but see, the problem is it's not a hole for you. It's a hole for me because you're asking me to get him for 7
you should be
pitches.
able to do it, Joe. Look, if you put me up to it and you put enough on the line, I've said this before, I don't know that I can get them physically here, but I could get on the show anybody. You just got to put up enough stakes, enough stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get them.
It seems like
there you go.
All right, Dom, yeah.
Exactly.
Only
I'm
took
just,
6 years.
Just sitting there eating dinner. Wow, I don't know where you pulled that one from. With Joey M. And he says, oh, yeah, well, we got Tony Orlando coming. Bang. Can't we promote this and get him over to Mulligan's?
Now, you also talked about getting a police escort. Is that something you might be able to get him?
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I do have that audio if you want it.
Let's hear that. Yeah.
So, Joe, your job is on the line, is what Dom said.
That's what terrific. You only have to get Tony Orlando. He would die to be on the Dom Giordano program. He'd probably say, I'm coming here. The charity is cops. I love cops. What's he, in North Jersey? I'll get him a police escort. The FOP will arrange it right now.
We're not going to pay for a limo, but here's a police van. Here's
you can ride in the back of a
paddy
wagon.
No,
that's great stuff. All right, Joe, get on. You know, I forgot, Dan, to work Joe Sibilia on this. I think Henry would be up to this. He's probably a big fan of. He wonders where Dawn is, though. We could tag in our own Dawn.
Dawn is too.
Tony Orlando and Dawn.
I hadn't heard of either of these people until 5 minutes ago.
Really? Oh, really? My God. Come on now, Tony Orlando, just the name.
I mean,
alone.
it sounds like a name I would know.
Yeah.
Sounds like a baseball player almost.
Yeah, it did.
Did you know Dawn wasn't a person? It was a group?
Mm-hmm.
True.
I'm looking at it right
I
now.
Exactly.
didn't know that.
Yeah,
Tala Hopkins, Joyce Vincent Wilson.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. Yeah. So I'm not sure what he's doing now, but Wildwood does a good job with this stuff. All right. Down the road, now Zenos here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos in Upper Darby. Hi.
Good afternoon, Tom. How you doing today?
Good. Very good.
Everything is good. Yeah, you were talking about with mashed potatoes and baked potatoes. See, mashed potatoes is a lot easier for them. They throw it in a big vat. They put some milk. They put some hot water, some salt and They stir it up, fluff air in, and there you go.
That's
I agree
it.
with
You broke the code. That's why they're doing it, and that's why they won't give me a baked potato.
It's a lot easier. It's economic because they use a lot more. They use a lot more gas than maybe 50, 60, 70, 80 baked potatoes. That's the only reason, because, Greeks are in the restaurant business.
Yeah, that's it. You're an expert.
Got some great
All you have to do is say, I'm Greek, and I would witness you in as an expert.
Big fan of the diners.
Yes. They're involved in a lot of business, but... and you were talking with Dom. I hope they don't put him in. I mean, I would have no choice to vote for him, because I made a promise I would never vote for no lunatics anymore. But I would have to vote for this guy, you know what I mean? But I hope it's Garrity, We need a fresh start, with this guy and this guy that's in there right now. He's camouflaged. I know where he's from. We don't have to read his book. I know exactly where he's coming from now. And then you were talking about the 80s and stuff, right, Tom?
Yeah, it's a side today. Yep.
It's when that gel stuff came out, because believe it or not, my brother and I, we're twins. I have another brother. We had pitch straight hair, and my twin brother, we were blondes, and they never thought we were Greek. And it was that gel that came out, because I had to use that Brill cream and that other stuff, and that looked greasy. So that's one of them. And the other thing that came out of this in the 80s is they got rid of those godforsaken pants that I never liked, with bell bottoms and flares. You had no choice but to wear them. The only thing I never did wear is dungaree bell bottoms. Never. That is just never.
Thanks, Zenos. There might be some pictures of me with those on out there somewhere. All right. 855-8300 Zenos. And he only started calling around Memorial Day. I remember it being on. All right. Scott Presler in the On Deck Circle. I mentioned the Archbishop. And look, this is touchy subject, but Pastor Bill Devlin sent it to me, and he's right. Philadelphia Archbishop Nelson Perez has released a letter calling for solidarity with immigrants. Archbishop, the first question, are they legal or illegal? I mean, look, how can you put out a letter calling people immigrants without designating that? Why not say illegal immigrants? Because that's what you're saying. You're saying they're here illegally, and you don't care about that. You're not alone. The church's community of faith in the divine person of Christ was forced to flee his homeland as a child, hold you in his compassionate arms. And Devlin sent this to me and says, isn't it funny that the Archbishop doesn't issue these letters and speak out on any number of issues, only this area? This is where he goes to town. And again, let's be honest. If you want to say they're here illegally, Archbishop, would you concede they're here illegally is what you're talking about? There's nothing wrong with that term. It's a purely clinical term. It means you're not legally where you're supposed to be. And you're sending the message that the church is supportive of this. All right, coming up, and Leslie's got a great one too. We'll get to that. Scott Presler, I usually check in with him once a day or so, but today was early, and he's particularly pacing somewhere, fired up, because he's got big news of what's going on here in Pennsylvania and what it means, both in Pennsylvania but also nationally, what the impact of this will be as we head toward the midterms. We'll ask him about Jersey, too. And he's threatened on Twitter by a guy who says, let's do a Matthew Shepard. I thought Twitter might have rules against direct threats of violence and death. Haven't seen whether that's happened or there's any response to it. All right, and Trump's America 250 launches a national storytelling project. All straight ahead, and Dom's Money Melody here on Talk Radio 1210.
Jack Chitterelli. I've known you a long time, and you and I consider you a friend. We've gone to games together. We've hung out. I've done events for you. I'm doing more events for you coming up this fall. But it is sauce. It's not gravy. It's only gravy when you put meat in it. Come on, Jack.
In our house, it was only sauce when it was fish, so we make a fish sauce. Otherwise, it's a gravy, Rich. Come on, don't let me down. Don't make me call you to my gun here. You're not a minigun.
Oh, man. This is to be continued, all right?
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
You deserve the best, and the best pick-me-up is a tasty cake treat. Whether you need a quick snack for the kids or a tasty little moment for yourself, we've got something for everyone. Tackle your errands after enjoying delicious crimpets with smooth icing and a perfect cake. And mouth-watering peanut butter candy cakes are just the right size for getting things done on the go. Find all your family's favorites in stores now. Nobody does it better than Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. Just a little history quiz here, asking Dan, since it's his tribe, Lech Walesa. He's sort of new, I think. Henry did know because of Joe of Exton.
Yeah.
We're working, thanks to our buddy Robin. He's apparently coming to Philadelphia, and this guy is one of the most underrated figures of all time to get him in studio. He, I think, along with Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher and the Pope, started the downfall of the Soviet Union, something we never thought would happen. The shipyard workers in Gdansk, and Ronald Reagan responded to it, as I think Trump would. Obama did not respond to people in Iran who were chanting, President Obama, are you with us? Obama apparently wasn't when there was a shot there. Okay, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless.
Tom.
Yes.
Can I just say,
yes.
I call Scott, he answers the phone, and
Yeah.
he's mid, signing someone up to vote. The guy's always working. It's nuts.
Oh, yeah.
It's fascinating. It really is.
Oh, yeah. Anything he'll spin into. Are you
None
registered
of us
to
will reveal
vote?
that on air, but third hand, I just hear him go to early vote action. Reach me on
Right.
Twitter. We'll get you help.
Well, I know
love
he's pacing. He's so fired up today, as he told me this morning, because this is about the biggest development we've had with Scott. That's saying a lot, given what's going on here in Pennsylvania. And when you crunch the numbers, something big is going to happen in Pennsylvania relatively soon. Let's go to Scott Presler. Hey, Scott, welcome back.
Hey, you have caught me out on a walk in York County, Pennsylvania. And as I'm walking, this guy just pulls over, and I'm like, uh-oh, what's going on? But no, he's the supporter. And so even here on the streets of York County, out for exercise, I'm still working and getting the vote. And I'm very proud to now tell you that I have lost 40 pounds in 4 months.
Wow.
Just by walking and doing a diet, 40.
That is tremendous, Scott, because you didn't have that to lose, so that's even more difficult. Which are you prouder of, the 40 or about what you're ready to tell us about the results in Pennsylvania this week?
Well, both, because I like to think that every voter I sign up is another calorie I burned. So you are... Which is a lot of calories. It's a lot.
Yeah.
So is everybody sitting down? Because, listen, I am larger than life. I am so gosh darn excited. I can't even tell you. I'm about to jump out of my skin. We are 58,800 active voters from flipping Pennsylvania to a plurality of registered Republicans. And I want to make this clear and said overtly, that is the lowest Democrat advantage in modern history in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
It is, Scott, you are the driving force of this. And again, you're an incrementalist. You set targets. You drive people toward them. And you have now, and you share the credit. Greg Rothman, who's been on the show, the Pennsylvania GOP, you acknowledge is running the statewide contest, all 47 counties, to see who can register more voters to the Republican side. If that happens, Scott, say in the next 6 months, whatever it might be, that plays into the midterms in a way that people feel the wave is on our side.
Well, I want to put things in the context for you. So, yes, first, I must give a shout-out. Chairman/Senator Greg Rothman is doing a phenomenal job. He is really, I don't ever want to say he righted the ship, but let's just say that he is honing the craft of GOTV, of voter registration, of visiting the 67 county parties, of edifying the grassroots, of working with the county chairs. And I couldn't say more good things about this new direction of the PA GOP, Greg Rothman, CJ, the director of the PA GOP, and the contest that they're doing. But we just spent the last week at the York State Fair, actually 10 days. And I can tell you by the number of handouts that we gave out, we personally spoke to and delivered a note of retention of the Democrat Justice's flyer to 4,000 voters. And when somebody says, oh, but Tom, 4,000, that's not a lot of voters. Let me put this into perspective. We spoke to so many people in York County, Cumberland County, and Dauphin counties. And every single person that I noted was in one of those counties, I let them know, Scott Perry. Scott Perry voted for the BBB, the big, beautiful bill. Scott Perry is a supporter of doing things like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, of helping our seniors. And I have to tell one brief story, but this is important, please. I was out at the table, and we have a big, beautiful poster of President Trump. And this woman comes over to fill out our whiteboard. Our whiteboard says, do you approve of President Trump? And she looked at the billboard of President Trump and said, I wish he would go back home. I got to talking to her because I want to find out what makes these people tick. Come to find out, she had her identity stolen, and it affected her food stamps. So you know what I did? Even though this woman was a Trump hater, she's an American. I am loyal to the American people, regardless of whether you agree with me or disagree. And I said, you know what? You live here in York, ma'am. Your representative is Republican Congressman Scott Perry. I said, you give me your number, you give me your name, I'm going to personally advocate with you. That was on a Sunday, Dom and Dan. And within hours, we had Scott Perry's office not only contact this woman on a Sunday when they're not even working, because they deserve a break too, and they were able to, within 24 hours, rectify and have reconciliation so that way her identity and her food stamps and all of that is taken care of. And that is the influence that Perry has, and that is his heart for the people. And that's why those 4,000 voters do make a difference.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for that story. Yes, because he's going to be in a targeted in a tough election cycle coming up. Scott, any thoughts on New Jersey? I know they don't publish the registration week by week, sadly. But what's going on in New Jersey? What are you up to over there?
We're having a unity rally on, let's see what day it is. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath because I am walking.
Is this the Seaside Heights one? Seaside Heights one?
Yeah. Seaside Heights, this is on the 9th. On the 9th, we're doing a unity rally, and I'm going to send you, with your permission, Dom, the flyer. I'm going to post it today.
Sure.
And basically, here is my message. To my Stadia supporters, again, I court you. I want your vote. To Bramnick supporters, to Ed Durr supporters, to Justin Barbarera supporters, to Mario Kranjik supporters. This is the time that we come together as a family and we stop Mikey Sherrill from trying to raise further our property taxes. And so we really are doing a concerted effort to court every single conservative, even independent and Democrat, and bring them over for Jack Ciattarelli for governor of New Jersey.
Absolutely, Scott. Now, personal business, and I'm not going to give the guy's name and honor all that, but you have a guy on Twitter, and I believe former military, I observed the last day or so, threatening you. Why can't we do to this guy some awful things? That's how big of a threat you are to minds like this. What's happening with that?
Well, so to give people context of what happened, I do read my comments on social media. And so this guy wrote in response to one of my posts, he said, Scott Presler is a POS. I'll let you guys fill in the blank of what that means. I'm not going to say it on air. And then he said that I deserve the Shepard treatment. Now, to anybody that doesn't know, Matthew Shepard was a member of my community who was savagely pistol whipped, beaten, and left for dead in Wyoming. And he's a member of the Army, our U.S. military, that said that to me. So what I did, like any logical and rational person, is I looked up his voter registration, and I found out that he's registered as a Democrat. And, I'm not going to allow threats like that to go unchallenged. Because if people feel that they can get away with it, silence leads to violence. And so I'm very proud of the fact that I didn't lead to anything other than putting out information that this member of our military, did something unbecoming and probably is a violation of articles and sections of the U.S. military. And we'll see what happens. But this is really about a deterrent effect that I want to make it clear that whoever is listening right now, whether it be Governor Shapiro, whether it be the Democrat Party or anyone that's trying to stop our efforts, I am not backing down. I am not stopping, and I'm going to dedicate my life to helping to elect good conservatives in office, and no threats of violence are going to intimidate me from doing the right thing, period.
Absolutely, Scott. Now, how do we help in your efforts in one way or another, Scott Presler? What do we do?
For the first time, I know I always direct people to early vote action, but I'm going to be bold today. I'm going to be very bold with you. If you want me to hire more people, I ask, if you know anyone in Pennsylvania New York, New Jersey with deep pockets. Please court them. And I want you to know, I'm going to be vulnerable with you guys for a second. Let's be vulnerable. I don't take a cent from my organization. You can check the FEC for earlyvoteaction.com. Early Vote Action is a federal PAC, a political action committee. I do not take a dime. I'm probably one of the only quote-unquote influencers that doesn't take a cent. So just know that anyone that donates to our organization will go to hiring more staff. And I want to hire for Lackawanna. I want to hire more for Erie County. I want to hire more for Butler. And I'm even invested in hiring already three full-time staffers in Bucks County, but expanding into Chester, more in Philly, more in Montgomery. So again, if you know anybody with pockets that is willing and able to spare, earlyvoteaction.com, your finances will go to flipping the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania from blue to red, and I promise that.
All righty, Scott. Thank you, as always. A great day, great moment, and I'm so glad you came on to share it.
Oh, you know what? Thank you, Dom, and I look forward to seeing you next Monday at 2 o'clock.
All right, Scott Presler here, 40 pounds down. I don't know what he weighed before, if he told us that when I first saw him. But, he was pretty
much
lean.
weight on him, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's about 6'5", so.
That's the thing, though, is 40 pounds for someone who's 6'5", 6'6" isn't.
Yeah, exactly. How much did you lose, Dan? You know?
Man, I fluctuate like 60 pounds at a time.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Right now, I'm up there. I gotta put some off.
Same.
All right, 855-8395.
Presler, come.
Yeah.
Teach us your ways.
I'm going to invite him to Mulligan's again. What the heck, if he's in the area, but stop in one of these next
Have Scott
Mulligans.
Presler have Henry run laps around the building.
Yes, there we go.
Probably do the football throw.
Well, we're working on Ron Jaworski. That's coming together here, I think. Nothing solid yet, but behind the scenes, pieces are being moved. Okay, before Dom's Money Melody, coming up in just a moment for a great prize. Following up with Scott, I wanted to mention this. Even the Inquirer acknowledges, without mail-in ballots, they said President Trump may not have become the first Republican in 36 years to carry Bucks County. They voted for Trump last year, they have to say, by a narrow 291, but we won in Bucks County. An analysis of mail-in balloting across the Commonwealth showed that much of the success in the county could be attributed to improved performance in mail-in ballots, despite spending years, they say, of Trump going after this. So people found a really good solution, which was, you don't trust it, okay, but you want to register that early vote. You show up with the mail-in ballot and hand it in right there in the office. Remember those days? And Pat Poverick, thank you for that. They encouraged this. They were part of it. And I hope that we see more in the two big elections we have. In Pennsylvania, we have the Supreme Court justices. Retention, no, to the three of them. But also out in Bucks County, we have the DA's race, Joe Conman on the Democrat side. And we have Fred Herron on the sheriff's side. Two big races on law enforcement. Thank God those two are there. More on that coming up. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, Philadelphia Eagles, no hotter story in town, of course. You'll win 4 tickets today if you're the winner to the Philadelphia Eagles training camp public practice on Sunday, August 10th at 6 p.m., Lincoln Financial Field. The event benefits the Eagles Autism Foundation, and this is where they do all kinds of things, not just the practice. Take photos with Swoop, free face painting, green screen photo stations, performances by the Eagles cheerleaders, and drumline, among other things. All right, Henry, what do we have today?
Yeah, Dom. So today it's a side question. We're asking for something associated with the 80s, whether it's a person or that's a thing. How about a song? How about a song associated with the 80s? There's a few out there I thought between picking from. But what I landed on was something that had a bit of a cultural phenomenon back in the 2000s. And that would be the song Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. In the 80s, obviously a big pop hit. But in the 2000s, early 2010s, it became a bit of a meme where you'd show someone a video. And instead of playing that video of what it's titled, it would show up with the Never Gonna Give You Up music video. Okay. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to play Never Gonna Give You Up, covered by a different person. I'm playing this 80s song covered by a 70s star. Some things about this 70s star. This person had 51 top 40 singles, 13 of which hit number 1. This person is in their 80s now, but still performs live on stage. And when Frank Sinatra saw this person perform in the 70s, Frank Sinatra said, quote, "He's next." So I'm going to play.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, really. It's a true story. So I'm going to play this person covering Rick
Astley.
Astley.
Are you Rickrolling the audience?
In a sense, I am, yeah. I am going to play the song right now. It's obviously not by Rick Astley, but I'm going to play Never Gonna Give You Up. I want the artist covering Rick Astley here.
Ooh, a lisp.
Yeah, legendary performer, still going into his 80s. Who is this covering Rick Astley?
All right, that, and you're off to the Eagles practice, 855-839-1210. You get on board AT&T. And Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Camping World needs to get on board with Kale & Company. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
Come on, let's go, Skopinich. I give you all these ideas. I mean, one of them has to hit, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, that's part of it. I just want an extended break away from the wife and kids.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That's exactly right. Playing for Eagles tickets today with Money and Melody. And let's hear the clue. All right, 70s star. I wrote down, I think...
70s star performing an 80s hit.
Okay. Jeanette in the Northeast. Hey, Jeanette, afternoon. Who is performing?
Would that be Barry Manilow?
Yes. Yeah. All right, Jeanette, enjoy the Eagles with 3 other people, the big Eagles practice, which I can't imagine. I don't know. I guess some soccer. Henry, would you say there's any sports franchise in the world that has more, remember, the market dominance and just passion even of the casual? I don't know if each soccer team, there might be a soccer team out there that does. Maybe.
Might be an EPL team or something like that. Maybe like a Real Madrid over in the Spain.
But other than that, I can't imagine what happens when people show up for practice in previous years and this year. Oh, my God. Yeah. Exactly.
It's a party out there.
Yeah, and Ray Didinger the other day was really good. Dan, how's it going on getting him to come to the shore to be honored?
Oh,
How you can ask him. He seems
didn't know
to
we were
be
actually going to do that.
Oh no, I would.
You'd actually drive him too?
If yes, I would do that. But
send a police escort like we're doing.
Exactly.
Tony Orlando.
I've been involved with a police escort, Congressional Medal of Honor recipients at Andy's Diner. They came in with sirens, a whole police cadre brought them in.
I wonder who that is on 95. It's Tom Giordano with the police escort.
I bet Fred Herron would do that chop. He'd get us a sheriff's detail. We probably could arrest some people on the way, too.
Drive by you doodling along in your Ford Focus.
Exactly. I rode in a Ford Focus in the Vice President Cheney's wife in a Ford Focus.
Really?
And they said, yes, we were headed. I interviewed her over in Center City, Philadelphia. We were headed to a book signing, and they said, don't stop for anything. That was the guy for the Secret Service.
We should do like a driving show, like Dom Live in the Focus.
All right, let's go to Leslie.
Just close the windows, no air conditioning allowed, like when you're usually
No, it was serious, and there was this van of guys that looked suspicious pulling up alongside, but... by the way, have you ever had this scenario? I hate the stereotype, but we were at the shore. I was waiting for a row to come back with pizzas. We had people over. And these people standing on a street corner waiting to go into a restaurant in Center City, Wildwood, just looked mobbed up to me. I got to say it. They did. So, do you move...
That's coming from an Italian, too.
Yeah, you move away a little bit, like at any moment some guy's going to come down from the boardwalk, a bunch of guys firing or something. I wish I had photographed them. You would see what I mean.
Hey, last hour we talked about Hulk Hogan and the response he was getting because he was MAGA.
Yes.
Skinny Joey's, the new cheesesteak place. Joey Merlino has a place now. A lot of conversation on Reddit, Dom. And it's like, we shouldn't go and support such a bad human being because the guy is MAGA. It's like, wait, he's also a former mafioso, and they're prioritizing his MAGA over the mafia and saying that's worse than being in the mafia, and that's why they don't want to eat his cheesesteaks.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Well, you know what? In Philadelphia, I bet with some of these people, that's exactly – it would be an interesting thing. What's worse than being a Trump supporter? And there could be all kinds. You could be a criminal.
Mafia. Well, that kind of is their mafia, is it not?
Yeah, exactly.
They have their mafia. This is a different family.
That's exactly right.
They want to see them capped or something. Who
exactly. Leslie and Bryn Mawr next. Hey, Leslie. Afternoon.
Aloha.
Aloha.
So my answer today, this actor starred in 2 different movies in the 80s that ushered in 2 different dance crazes. One was from urban cowboy country line dancing became the it thing in the 80s. And then he did Staying Alive, which ushered in disco like no other. So John Travolta is the face of the 80s and responsible for two big dance music genre crazes.
I would say I don't remember any male that I'd rather look like in a movie than Travolta, except maybe Ray Liotta in Goodfellas. It's a tie, but yeah, what the heck happened to John Travolta, though, from that? Whew.
Yeah. I mean, he was really, the guy.
All right, what's the best scene in Staying Alive, Leslie? I don't think that Henry may have seen it. Dan would probably not, but come on. When they're hitting his head, the hair, don't muss the hair, and the father pops him in the head at the dinner table. That's the scene. How many times did they do that?
I don't recall that scene.
Oh, Google it.
I'm not as obsessed with my hair as you are.
Well, that's true. You turned it on me. But, that is a great scene. He's got the big pompadour. They hit him in the head, He's only concerned with the hair, too. That's a good one, Leslie. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good one, without a doubt. All right, 855-839-12. Henry, have you seen Staying Alive?
I, again, hadn't heard it until right now.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Have you heard of it?
Yes.
Sure,
I think Dan has, yeah.
This movie.
Yeah. Oh, it's Staying Alive.
Not the Bee Gees song, this movie.
Right.
All right, I'm confirming with Dan.
Yeah.
All right.
Staying Alive's one of the top 5 films of the 80s. It reflects the 80s. Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
I don't know if it's even the top 5 Travolta films of the 80s. Shut Up, Blowout.
No, I didn't say it was a great film. I'm just saying it reflects it.
Okay.
It definitely
All right, I'll put it on the list.
They got a scene on the Brooklyn Bridge with a guy falling off and then dancing and everything else.
Wasn't there like a third one, too, or no? It was just a one.
Yeah, I think he did another one after that. Yeah. But, yeah, he exemplified.
Oh, no, Staying Alive was just a crap. Yeah. Okay. I thought Staying Alive was halfway decent and there was a really bad one, but apparently Staying Alive was the one that got 0% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay, 855-839-1210. Why am I taking such pleasure in this story? Well, there's history. Lawmakers angry over Trump's plan to detain immigrants in South Jersey. Donald Norcross, hey, Donnie, says he's never been shut out like this. Oh, isn't that a shame? That the Wrightstown mayor said his town of 400 residents is contemplating the proposed immigrant housing with great fear. Why would that be, Mayor? What's so fearful here? Are you saying that you think people that are here illegally are making you afraid? Donald Norcross expressed anger and puzzlement toward the Trump administration after meeting with commanders at the South Jersey military installation, where they have housed people from Afghanistan and everything else. He and the military leaders were being kept in the dark by the administration, which is not providing information about its intentions for Joint Base McGuire-Dix Lakehurst. He spoke after he and Democrat U.S. Representative Herb Conway conferred with the commanders. They wanted to know when detainees might arrive, how many might come, and even if the proposal will go forward at all. But Dan, your neck of the woods, remember when the Biden administration wanted to fly in, and that guy, quite a character from Atlantic County. Remember, is he the commissioner there? They wanted to fly them into the AC airport and house people there? And that was all fine. We got him on. He detailed how insane that would be. This is a military base. They've handled this before. This is all a tactic to try to slow down dealing.
Oh, Denny Levinson, you're talking about, right?
Oh, he was a great guest.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable. And he laid out where were they going to put them there? It's not that big of a spot. And we're talking thousands of people. Well, that's because what the Biden administration wanted to do was fine. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is just push pound 1210. Side question today. Coming off these deaths in 3, there were more, of icons of the 80s, particularly Hulk. Hit us with something that was iconic, either a person or a thing in the 80s. Straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
south of Sterling.
A woman walking with her dog spotted what appeared to be a headless body of a woman washed up on the sand. Police arrived on the scene and discovered the apparent corpse was actually a realistic adult toy.
This is a plague throughout the world. Random blow-up dolls tossed away casually into public waterways.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly, old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this is Dom. You got the side question, 855-839-1210. By the way, the film is not Staying Alive. The film is Saturday Night Fever. It's Staying Alive is the theme. Underneath it, the song. Yeah, Saturday Night Fever.
Well, Saturday Night Fever is the first movie. Staying Alive is the second movie.
Ah.
That's what I just figured out with Dan, because I'm reading about it. I'm
yeah,
like, oh, this is a sequel to
yeah, Saturday Night Fever is the thing, but Staying Alive, I got to think, is more minor than that.
Yeah, it's the 1983 sequel.
Staying Alive's generally known for, well, it's Sylvester Stallone directed, but that's where he kind of shoehorned his brother Frank Stallone into a soundtrack, and he produced the lead song for Staying Alive.
All right.
And that's really all it's known for.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm glad that people clarified that. President Trump is teasing this tariff rebate for Americans. In other words, the tariffs are working. there was a surplus in June. We're going to have on the top guy in the Treasury Department on Wednesday. We heard E.J. Antoni today. And to counter from the other side, meaning you get a check if you're a taxpayer, is no. That's just like what Biden did. You're now doing what Biden did? No, it's not. They took too much money from us. Here's a chance. Wow, what about paying down the debt? No. Give people their money back. That's the smarter thing to do. All right, Dan, a pop quiz on this. You weren't in school? Oh, yeah, you weren't in school then. No, you weren't even born yet. 1989, what was the top? Now, the Wall Street Journal is very proud of this research. They surveyed 4,096 public school teachers over the last year. What was the top 10 books assigned in English class? What was number one?
Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah, and I hate that book. It just
Wait, was that right?
Yes. No, it's not Catcher in the Rye.
Okay.
Good guess.
I was just thinking about Holden Caulfield the other day for some reason.
Yeah, Henry, what do you say?
I have no idea.
See, now I get what they're doing with this, but it is Shakespeare after all. Romeo and Juliet, 1989.
Why are people still studying this crap?
And also
It's not even
today.
good.
In 1989, it was Macbeth. Today, a ghastly book, The Great Gatsby. Huckleberry Finn, 1989, in third place. Today, it's The Crucible. Huckleberry Finn is nowhere on this list today. And Huckleberry Finn is the great American novel. Why? Well, you can't have Huckleberry Finn anymore because some people don't like the language.
Is TCAM
which
still on
is,
there?
All right, here are the top 10 today.
TCAM's got it. To Kill a Mockingbird?
Yes, and it should be. In order, Romeo and Juliet, The Great Gatsby, The Crucible, Macbeth, Of Mice and Men, To Kill a Mockingbird.
Of Mice and Men's kind of offensive to us big people.
Okay.
I'm a tall guy. I've never killed a mouse.
There you go. To Kill a Mockingbird, Night, Dan's favorite, Hamlet, Fahrenheit 451, and Frankenstein.
I get that Ray Bradbury. Yeah.
So they have not changed very much at all, is the bottom line. And
Did you say 1985's on there?
1984?
Yeah.
No,
1984.
Yes, it's
the song.
It's the Indiana schools produce another great product. 1985. Okay. The thing is, here's the biggest change as I see it. It's just so the punchline. Adventures of Huckleberry Finn was 3. I would have had it number 1. It's not in the top 10. I bet it's not in the top 100. You can't do Huckleberry Finn anymore, even though the whole point of the book, everybody knows it, Huck sees Jim as a man, even during those times, as a human being, not in the manner of the times with slavery.
Is Tom Sawyer still on there?
No Tom Sawyer. I gave you the top 10 now, though. Romeo and Juliet,
All I remember
Great
is
Gatsby.
painting a white picket fence. That's all I remember.
Yeah, that's there's Shakespeare still on here. I'm okay, but The Great Gatsby is trash.
I read most of those.
You
I
did?
don't remember.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah, well,
remember.
you had,
I remember reading The Great Gatsby. I don't really remember.
Now,
the
it was
book.
Catholic school Radnor, right?
It was Catholic school, yeah.
Yeah. The number one that you think they would have, was it Romeo and Juliet?
The Bible.
Yeah, Romeo and Juliet was definitely a prerequisite reading going to my freshman year of high school, I want to say.
All right.
Something like that.
No Huckleberry Finn, though.
No, never read that. I read The Crucible. Definitely read some Shakespeare.
Right.
I'm trying to think.
Well, I'm okay with the Shakespeare, but the point to me is, how could Huckleberry Finn not even be in the top 10? Right there, it tells you what's happened. They're cowards. Ask your local school. Oh, Huckleberry Finn. We couldn't do that. Now, reading it aloud in class might be tricky. I'll admit that. But aside from that, how's Huckleberry Finn not the number 1 book?
Surprised
It is the American
Crucible's. Crucible's number 2?
Number 3.
Isn't it kind of like underlying commentary on cancel culture to a degree?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Hester
maybe.
Prynne,
Yeah,
original canceled person.
Yeah, and To Kill a Mockingbird is way down. You know why that is? We've had people on it. To Kill a Mockingbird, they see as the white savior, and they're not going to have that. But To Kill a Mockingbird is still popular among average Americans. And they have to have it in there a little bit. But they're afraid. They're afraid of Huckleberry Finn and To Kill a Mockingbird.
But no 1985.
And no 1985.
Didn't read that until
college. All right. Before the lightning round, it's 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Henry, this is cut 7, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Just our eye is on this, and maybe more tomorrow. Listen to whom it's claimed could face indictment coming off the Tulsi Gabbard. I'm seeing more of what Tulsi Gabbard has. Today she just teased more documents. You probably know some of these figures have been mentioned, but listen to the last one. Here are the people that could be indicted.
So what I think I hear you saying is there is still an opportunity for indictments, potential prosecutions, accountability from those people who may have lied under oath, like John Brennan, James Comey, and perhaps Hillary Clinton.
Well, that's why I've made the referrals that I have. DNI Gabbard has made referrals, and why we're going to continue to share the intelligence that would support the ability of our Department of Justice to make bring fair and just claims against those who have perpetrated this hoax against the American people and this stain on our country.
Director, one other question on this. Tulsi, as well as President.
All right, so it's Hillary added to this. Do I think that's going to happen? Unlikely. I don't think it'll be President Obama. But Comey, Brennan, Clapper is already lawyered up. And what Radcliffe, the CIA guy, who I think is my choice as the second best in the cabinet overall, he says that the Durham report, if you remember that whole thing, there were parts of it that were classified, that were never allowed out, and that gets to the hoax that went on here and the attempt to derail Trump. All right, let's go to Steve in Bordentown. Steve's on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Steve.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Steve.
How you doing, Dom?
Very good.
From the 80s, what I remember was that movie Flashdance. And the girls would wear the leg warmers all the time with the feet out. And I don't know if they did it in Philly, but they did it in Jersey with Reeboks and Wigwam socks. I don't know if you remember that. 2 or 3 pair of socks,
right.
2 or 3 pair of shoelaces in the sneakers. And that was all through the 80s. You know, going to the bars, they would come in like that. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was a Flashdance. It was also Jane Fonda, the exercise queen.
Yep. Yeah. And that Jennifer Beals, she still looks pretty good. And you know what books I had to read? Animal Farm and Brave New World when I was in high school.
Well, I love Brave New World. Did you like them?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Outstanding. It's still good books. I still refer back to things even now in Animal Farm when, you know, they're all happy slaves, actually, is what it was.
Thank you, Steve, very much. 855-839-1210. We have the lightning round coming up. Bill in Bucks County. All right, Bill, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon there, Dom. I just wanted to offer that my opinion is if Mastriano wants the nomination, he'll get it.
Well, what's that
He's
based
got county chairs, and he's got, what's that?
I don't think he has county chairs. Now, he's got the people in the hinterland. You think he could beat Stacey Garrity?
I think Stacey Garrity will wait her turn.
All right. I'm taking the other side
in
because
politics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I believe if he wants it, you know, he'll get it. You know, he is a fringe candidate. We know he is, but he's MAGA and ultra MAGA, and they're behind him 100%, and that's 25% of the party.
Well,
and that's the way it is.
I would have to say the disaster here will be a lot worse than the last time. And here's the thing, you know, but maybe listeners don't. Mastriano says, well, it all depends upon President Trump. If President Trump tells him not to run, he won't. I hope President Trump does this sooner rather than later. I hope Trump realizes what a disaster this guy will be. He will lose by worse than he did the last time. That's what will happen.
Well, that's absolutely true, but Trump didn't endorse him until the very last minute 3 years ago.
That's right. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, can he head him off?
When I went to the feud, they wouldn't even let me into the feud with him and Kathy Barnett in there.
Yeah, well, will they say to this guy, look, Trump's got to say sooner rather than later, and I think Garrity would run. I think it would be your turn.
And then you scolded me for saying I was part of the establishment, you know, because I didn't want him to be the candidate.
Well,
I knew he couldn't win.
If I did that, then I mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. Seriously.
I mean, and I got somebody for the side answer too.
Yes, go ahead.
He was a former SAG, Screen Actors Guild official. He was told he saw the shining city on a hill, and he asked Mikhail Gorbachev to tear down this wall. And he had a very inspiring slogan in the 1980 election. It was called, the slogan was, "Let's make America great again."
Oh, beautiful call. Ronald Reagan, of course. All right, well, these are worthy contenders.
Can I make a statement?
Sure.
Mastriano needs to stay the hell away from any kind of primary. Just completely not, because I will say this with hand to heart. If Mastriano enters in the race, the entire Republican primary is going to be a litmus test on abortion, and it's going to lose the general election.
Well, if we can't stop Mastriano this time, I mean, I would literally say, Dan.
But even him being there, Dom, it's going to become, what does Stacey Garrity think about abortion? What does Kathy Barnett think about abortion? It's going to become, the entire primary is going to become about a topic that the party has, I hate to say, moved away from a little bit from trying to win elections, because they know from a moderate standpoint, especially in a state that's purple like Pennsylvania, you're not going to win on that topic. And it's going to become all about it all again, and it's going to be
I see what you're saying. Even if he's defeated in the primary, we got to go through this. Well, look, the ball's in the court of President Trump. Yeah, but Dom, we're so far. No. Now, tell this guy no. And then we'll see. And he could say it publicly. He said he would endorse Muser. He could say, hey, Doug, you know what? I don't think so. Just say it publicly, casually like that. Then we'll see what Mastriano does. But Bill is chilling. This guy could be the nominee. You got to realize, do you want this country to continue to surge forward? To Dan's point, this guy will lose congressional seats by his own power. And those 3 or 4 seats here, Republican seats that'll cost, I'm told, that could be the margin. And you know what happens if they have the House. So let's be clear here. This maniac cannot be our nominee. That's what it comes down to. And I bet they'll spend $20, $50 million to help him be the nominee. That's how far this goes. 855-839-1210.
This was viral. This went everywhere. The sandwich snatcher. Has this ever happened to you guys, by the way?
Not a sandwich, but I've lost French fries.
Yeah,
before.
French fries 100%, but not a full sandwich.
Like from your hand while you were eating it?
Well, from the cup. I think it's happened to me twice, actually, now that I reflect upon it. Also, a seagull once pooped on me, so I've got bad blood with the seagull community.
That seagull did the right thing.
Don't encourage them.
That seagull is my new favorite seagull. I wish I could beat that seagull. Shake his wing.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
The continuing rise of the cost of goods and services threatens to erode your retirement future.
Susan Sinoski, Downingtown, Pennsylvania. Retirees should be thinking about how much money they have and how long it's going to last. Costs are just skyrocketing. Medical costs, housing, food especially. And when was the last time you ever heard of a tax decrease? And I have to say, I have no fear at all, because my money is safeguarded with crash-proof retirement. And with our crash-proof retirement system, our money is not just stable, but it's actually increasing much more than we had expected. That money is always added to our principal without anybody getting a cut of that. It's just ours. We earn it, it goes into our account, and it continues to grow and multiply. My entire investment for retirement is protected.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
We're in for a heat wave the next few days with feels like temps potentially reaching 100 degrees. Philadelphia's new Lactation Spaces Finder app is helping women find places to breastfeed or pump. And the Philly School District is launching its annual back-to-school celebration and bus tour.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, that is right. Coming off these tragic deaths, sad deaths, some of them very sudden last week of 80s icons. A person or a thing, something in there that represents the 80s. We've had some great ones so far. Get yours in 855-839-1210. Let's go to Joe in Exton, who Henry only knew about Lech Walesa because of Joe, right?
Yeah, correct.
Now, I could see at Mulligan's Lech Walesa and Tony Orlando. Now, that's a show. Let's go to Joe of Exton.
Was Joe an educator in a past life? Or?
Joe, were you?
Hello, Dom.
Hi,
Good
Joe.
Afternoon.
Were you an educator in a past life?
No.
No?
No, I was considering student teaching.
Okay.
But I changed my mind.
Oh.
All right, Joe.
The kid's too ruly.
Well, what was the profession, though, Joe? We've gotten all the credits, but what was your job?
Teaching, student teaching.
No, but I mean, what did you end up doing, though? You didn't do teaching, so what did you end up? What was the career?
Oh, I worked at the State Building in Chester.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I worked for the parole board.
Whoa, wait a minute.
All right.
That's burying the lead here. We got to get more tomorrow from you on the parole board, yes.
Well, no, I was the front desk guy.
Okay.
When the parolees came in, they would tell me which parole agent they wanted to see, and then I would go over the air and page the parole agent.
All right, Joe, more on that in the future. Okay, Joe, who's your person?
My iconic person of the 80s is Johnny Carson, host of The Tonight Show. Here's Johnny.
Thank you, Joe, very much. All right, Earl, very brief time today. Who's yours, Earl?
Mine would be Max Headroom. He had his own TV show on ABC. He was the Coke spokesman. And in November 22nd, 1987, someone went and hacked into TV station WGN in Chicago, dressed as Max Headroom, and hacked into the station for several minutes and broadcast illegally live on the air.
All right, thank you, Earl. All right, we'll start with you, Henry. Who did you like today?
Yeah, tough one today. I like Drew and Upper Darby because he wants his MTV. I liked Robert and Ben Salem's answer of Michael Jackson. I don't think it gets much bigger than that. And Stephen Bordentown with the answer of leg warmers. I feel like it's a very 80 thing that's strictly 80s.
I agree. I think the Michael Jackson, we should have taken him off, too. We couldn't take everything off.
That's a big one.
Dan, how about yours?
Going to throw all those in, but also Joe of Columbus with, I hate to say it, but Springsteen. But you also have like an underlying theme of patriotism there as well.
All right, I think Robert and Ben Salem with Michael Jackson
it's a tough one to
was
beat.
very tough to beat. All right, we'll do it all again tomorrow, maybe from Beyond the Grave. Kind of like that one today we were developing, but we're working on it. All right, Rich C. always next for 4 big hours. If you missed it, I love the showdown with Jack Chettarelli last week on the gravy sauce wars that continue. There was a lot of politics and then that. All right, Rich has 4 big hours. Follow me on Twitter until tomorrow at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. And then hearing Bill of Bucks, chill down my spine, Doug Mastriano. And there goes the presidency effectively. Think about it.